Good morning. Turnabout, welcome in, Koff, Valdorns, and Grober Quartz. There's the old gamer. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning, good morning. This Stinger got his first buff? Yeah, it's good. It's good, it's good. Alright. Get into it for today. How's everyone doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Sorry, a few things. I'm running a new version of OBS, but it's more like a plugin and stuff, but it literally allows me to sort of sync up everything a little bit more, so testing it out today anyway. We'll see how well it works. So far, the multi-chat thing is not working, but to be fair, that can be easily patched. Easily patched. I'll just use this for now. Pissed off morning, seems I found the Square government employee possible. Alright. Yay! Yes. What I'll do is actually just sort this out here. Yeah, it shows stream elements, but it's not showing anybody else's chat. That's interesting. Oh, wait. That's my bad because I have it in moderator only mode. Ooh, you can do moderator only mode? Oh. Hey, Banana, how you doing, dude? I think it's solved, yeah. I think so. Remember, guys, we are on Kick and YouTube, so we would massively appreciate the lurk on anything. Bandana, thank you for the follow on Kick. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, if you can lurk in YouTube, that would be a massive appreciation as we're trying to restart the partner on that because, well, I've neglected it for so long. Okay, so it's working there. It's working like that. Hey, John, how you doing, dude? What's going on? Just starting up. The only problem is that with this other system is you can't timestamp it. That's my only issue with it. Is it doesn't show timestamps. And it doesn't show like other things. No, I'll leave it with this instead. Let me just sort out this page here. Yeah, I'll put that there. Yeah, they might develop it a bit better, but I'll just keep with what I've got just now. Metatron, welcome in, dude. Alright, let me load up the information. Because Stinger got updated, chat. We need to work on that. Thus the title. The wolves are sleepy, though. Super sleepy wolves. Okay, so let's have a look here. Quickly. They added the manufacturer gray market, Tormentor, remote turret, right. 13% pitch, yaw 8, 6. 15% thruster capacitor on the main. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that is actually really good. Alright. Let's dive in. You are part of the wolf pack, yeah. As you can see, I have wolves. And they don't get shot collared here. I think that meme's gonna go on for such a long time. Alright. I think everything's good. Now, just to let you guys know, because I'm testing this out on OBS, there's a good chance that it just crashes and the whole stream goes down, so that's the problem with beta programs. You never know when they're gonna break. I'd also like to update. Yeah, it definitely needs to have bigger capacitor. I don't know why CIG gave a ship that is this size that amount of shield and weaponry to size 1 power plants. It clearly shows you that whoever designs ships does not understand Star System. Like the Matrix and stuff like that around everything. And not the Matrix. I mean like ship Matrix where like stats and stuff. It's almost as the Stinger's flight characters were copied from Squadron 42. That is also something that I was thinking as well, Sandgrober. And that makes me even more worried that you're going to be fighting ships that can't turn in Squadron 42. Yeah. It's quite worrying, chat. If that's the speed the AI are going at and how fast they can turn, you can see how easy mode it's going to be. I think CIG are making a very bad mistake making slow characteristics. It is, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll still be a fun game. But if your main Vandal ship in the game can't turn, what challenges it? Well, yeah. Practically everything right now is built for Squadron 42 because if they want to get it out next year, they have to finish off a flight model. Whatever it is. At least the Paladin is good. Do you guys think they will release the other grey ships that we saw in like a video many years ago? It's like a Mustang and an Aurora that had like a size 4 Gatling gun to it and all that jazz. Free money, yeah, I guess. Okay, we need the best flight suit in the game right now. I would love CIG to add more of these flight suits, chat. I love this thing. It just feels probably the most realistic looking sort of crewman flight suit that we've actually had. It just needs a face mask, that's all. The only problem I have with these flight suits are they have no knife holder, which kind of sucks. It would look so good with a face mask, right? Maybe it will. Because again, the other thing as well, see here on the back, it kind of feels like that would be like an inbuilt parachute, you know? Yo, Northern, thank you very much. For the 2 months, does an oxygen mask drop down? No. Thank you, no. Appreciate that. W's in chat. Also, I need to move this away a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I'll have like latest 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. 2 months. Also, the new gun, or guns, I'm really digging, but the problem is, I don't like the bone versions, but I do like how this gun actually plays out. I like the... Something about firing 50 cal rounds that is just really good. It is the 6-gun armor, yeah. So yeah, I dig this gun. I just wish you could get it, the bearing, because it's a bearing gun, by the way. You can literally see that it's got a bearing frame underneath it, and then it's like added on. CIG, can we have the non-scaffy bone version, please? All right. I'm not Legatus to play Little Miss Hobo. Okay. Can we get the good version, please? The military version, you know? I hate hobo guns, chat. I'm Legatus. I get Legatus guns. But yeah, it's a little sad that there's no knife holder on flight suits. I really wish CIG would add that in. There's no harm in adding a knife slot, I feel. And that's the same on the F8 suit as well. However, if they add in crafting down the line, it would be kind of cool if you could go and get, hear me out, you could go and get a lot of materials and like rebuild it back to factory default. That would be sick. Then I would be happy, right? You could find Little Miss Hobo. You could then spend days finding parts and, you know, other items and convert it back to original gun. If you had the blueprint as well, right? It gives a lot of gameplay at that point. Thank you for the lurk, Northern. It'd be cool. This thing is way too far. Yeah. It just sucks. Apparently there's one in the game that doesn't have that. Also, it has no light slot built into it. So, thank God the developers really know what they're doing where they didn't add a light slot in. So you can't do any utility, which is great. This has utility, but they didn't put it on the LMG. Apparently this thing is OP as F right now. This is meant to be overpowered as fuck. And again, if I would have to go and find the non-bone version, you know. Hey Ondo, good morning, dude. The non-bone version. Let's have a look here. So what blade is this? Ooh. Okay, that's actually quite a nice blade. But again, this flight suit doesn't allow you to, and you can't even put a knife in the core. Too large for a container. Like, CIG need to add the ability for the flight suits to have knife slots. Like a caveman. Think it's meant to be a Vandal blade? It could be, yeah. I still think one of the nicest blades in the game is this. The Demon Fang combat blade. Anybody got this bad boy? I think this is like one of my favorite blades. But it's the CitizenCon one as well. You can see here. CitizenCon 2018. Oh yeah. We have swag. They cook with that knife? Yeah, they made it better. My all-time favorite knife, and if anybody's a lurker on the channel will know, is the Shizzy. Where are you? There you are. This is my all-time favorite blade in the game. If it would actually... Oh, is it bugged? Okay, CIG have broken my favorite blade in the game. That's good. Oh my god, I've got to kill somebody like this. How can they ruin a knife? A dick stabber, yeah. Oh my god. How did you die? I slipped on somebody that was doing weird maneuvers. It's so annoying. Anyway, I'll show you the blade as much as I can. See, look at that. It's a beautiful curved blade with a nice gem. And there's a gem in the hilt, basically. It's just a nice one piece. But unfortunately, I don't know if it's this outfit, but... yeah, that's my favorite blade in the game if I was using it. There's nothing else added. S71, good gun. I'm looking forward to seeing what a crafted P8 would be. Like a P8AR. Maybe you could make it like burst or, you know, fully automatic would be actually pretty cool. If they ever allow something like that. Shotguns are cool. Yeah, I like this gun. I really, really like this LMG. 50 cal, big damage. Nice slow rate of fire. It's like an LMG cannon, basically. The problem is I just hate the look of it. And it can't be modded. You can only put a silencer and a scope on it, but you can't put like an underbarrel. Which kinda sucks, chat. Can't lie. We'll go with that. I suppose that's serve. Can we... yeah, we can fit a few things in there. I do like this flight suit. Really fucking cool. I hope to see more of them in the future with a little bit more, like, modularity and stuff. What the fuck are the blades for anyway? For takedowns. Like, you can literally bleed people out by just a quick slash, and they will run around the corner. And you've got to do something about it. Knives are very, very strong in this game. When they bring out the long-range melee weapons, it's going to be really, really good. Apparently crossbow is meant to be a thing soon. Too bad you pay to win and hate the look. Paid to win? What do you mean paid to win? What have I won? You won the game, yeah. Did they buff the Stinger and more movement? Yeah, we're gonna be checking out. He won the game, yeah. Apparently so. I won the game. See, anybody that ever complains about pay to win is normally too broke in real life to keep up, and then assumes that everyone is winning because they paid for something that that person didn't get. Even though you can get every single thing in the game already. You can get all the guns and stuff. You can take somebody's plushie, you know? What do you mean, no? Well then, do tell. Why are you upset that I bought something with my money that you don't have? Please do tell us. Enlighten us how pay to win is a thing in Star Citizen. Did you watch CIG, Cutlass struggle with the half-broken paladin yesterday, by the way? Never mind, okay. So you don't have an ability to come back on the debate then, okay. Then may I suggest, keep thy gums closed. No, I think I did see him do a bit, yeah. I wonder if the new flight characteristics will sort that out, though. Yeah, that's fair enough to be salty, but you have to understand that if somebody buys something with their own money, it's not pay to win. It's just cosmetic clothing. If it was something where it was a gun that would instantly kill you, I'd understand. And you couldn't get it in the game, I'd fully understand. That's pay to win. But the fact is, all these new guns and new armors are already in the loot boxes in the game, so it can't be classed as pay to win if it's already available for everyone. And you just need to go to the CZ zones to get them. The ships are a form of pay to win. If you look at it in the current state of the game, yes. In the released game, no. And I always look at release state of Star Citizen because I don't play Star Citizen right now like it's a release game. And that's my suggestion to everyone is don't treat it like a release game. And if somebody's flying around in a ship that you don't have, because you can't get it in game yet, you can just warp away. I mean, it depends on your definition of winning. Pay to win is always been, since the day people started complaining about pay to win, where you can buy something with real money that the person cannot achieve in-game, and it can only be done with money, and it is OP as fuck, where it has like broken stats or something like that. If it's a cosmetic, you can't complain that that's pay to win. That's just you not with the money at the time to buy something. But if it's an item, like a sword, in some games in the past, you used to basically get like items that would upgrade your gear to like 100% in like Chinese MMOs and stuff. And the only way to do that was to pay money. That is pay to win. But if you can achieve everything in the game, and we're talking about a release game, not a developing game, then that's not pay to win. There is no winning. Well, then, again, you can achieve everything that somebody has. If they spend $1,000, you can achieve it, right? All the ships practically are available in the game, apart from, like, Idris and stuff, because they're still working on trying to work out how much it's going to cost for people, and all that jazz. But yeah, I generally disagree with any form of pay-to-win in Star Citizen. What are you actually winning? Okay, I've got everything for testing. Let's do it. Let's see what it's like.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has made visitors again. Bye.
I think the recoil is low in the 50 cal because of how slow the rate of fire is. Like if you make the recoil too big on the 50 cal and it's like going up, it would be useless because again, this is not OP right now. It deals a lot of damage, but the AK-47 is just disgusting. It's a beam cannon. Again, I just wish you could get like a factory built one instead of the scrap stuff, but remember the F8 and how people scream pay to win because it was crazy strong, but now nobody would. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Again, my definition of pay to win is old school. Have I bought something that you can't get in the video game and it makes me more powerful than you? No. That is my definition of pay to win. Have a good night, dude. Wait. No, it's not. That's when you turn on though. You know that you can guys set this to emergency lights and it starts flickering yellow? It feels very xenomorph aliens when you see that, right? It definitely becomes more alien oriented like that. It does actually affect the thing down here. Oh, that's kind of cool. A little bit of flickering. Don't know if it's enough to distract though. I'll turn it off just in case. Ambient. You know how it's like wet? It's like totally xenomorphic. Hyping everywhere. I just don't understand why CIG didn't make such like a little bed, right? Instead of having such a long pipe to go down, they could have easily made where you just sort of lay on this chair and had a bed in it, you know, but whatever. Glistening, yeah. It's so moist. Alright. Let's see if this thing is actually any good now. Oh. Again, the biggest issue is power. Power. You need 2 JSs to make this thing semi-decent. It's a shame, like, because this thing just sounds so good. Hey Simon, good morning, dude. Thank you for all the lurkers on Kick and YouTube as well, guys. Appreciate that. The IR is 17. Oh, what's IR? It's your heat source. Infrared. Leaking inside. Hey, Najib. Hey, David. Right. Let's try and find something. Oh, PvP mission. Something basic. Let's try it. Anvil Hurricane. Ooh, that's a challenge. That's a challenge on that, right? Where's the...
Hey there, Rambler. Soldier. Appreciate you rolling with us on this.
Hex doesn't need to kill. Just need to steal your fuses. I do like the purple, to be fair. Like, it's not my favorite color, but it's better than that blinding red. Now to wait. It is so cool. Oh, wait. We need to do something here. That one. What's your read on me?
Picking up some continents. Not seeing or talking.
Because the thing is, what a lot of people are like, oh, it doesn't have much damage, is because they're not landing the shot on the size 5. The size 5 has no gimbal system, so you have to manually aim it. Morning. maps. Oh my god, it's gonna be 2 hurricanes.
Decided to show up.
Oof. Chat, this actually is well above the ship's pay grade. Oh god. Wait, is that a bird? Chat, it's up against 3 hurricanes. Oh god. Oh no. This is not happening. I might have to strike the one that I need. Oh god, we're gonna get spammed by missiles as well. Oh, and an arrow. Maybe it's just an arrow. Yeah, we have to go for that. Missile going in. Still heavy. Okay, 1 down. Go nav. Take some hits here. It's just not. Like, the capacitor is so weak on this thing. Oh god, we're right beside our target. That's not good. Yeah, this thing still sucks. Hey, Red Star, good morning, dude. Yeah, it's still so bad. It's just not good at all. Doesn't help that the turrets. Oh god, there's still another hurricane. Oh shit, there was 3 then. Run away! Needs more shields? It's nothing to do with shields. It just can't turn. It's got 2 medium shields. Like a Vanguard could do this. Alright, here he comes. Also, we need our 2nd shield boosted up. For some reason the power keeps resetting on this thing. It definitely needs like it needs bigger capacitor. That's all. A brand new pay-to-win ship and not win it? I know. Oh, Paladin will absolutely smoke most ships right now. Eagle, how you doing, dude? Paladin is in a really good position. Yeah, for some reason, the guns keep resetting to like 1. And the rocks are still bugged. Cool. Don't fly around spinning rocks. Their hitboxes are still broken. Again, it like even with CIG improving it, it's still bad. Like you can get better out of the what's it called? Sorry, I'm just reading a DM from a Miller. The Shiv is a better ship than the Stinger. Just because it's more agile. And the thing is, you could easily make the Stinger good if it wasn't for the shitty weaponry. So if you had, if you took the blade main guns from the Light Fighter Vandal, made them size 4, and you had 2 of them, 2 size 3 blade cannons plus the size 5, it would actually be good. Because when you land a shot, it would actually impact damage. But even with all the human guns that you can get, it's never going to produce the same output as you would get in a blade. You can buy a blade and it will do a better job than the Stinger. And that's the sad part of it. CIG have literally made a giant ship. And it is giant, chat. It's like ridiculous in size, the Stinger. And it just doesn't tank, doesn't fly, doesn't deal damage. It's really bad. And if you had the capacitors, I think it would be good. But again, you have a fixed size 5 cannon, which means that you can't gimbal it, and when you're on pip, you're having to actually, you're not getting any aim assist. So for you, you have to be 100% on pip to make that thing work. Why are there loads of, like, dead people here? Oh, wait. Somebody was having fun. It's a shame we couldn't get one of these, because these are the NPC guns, and they have unlimited ammo.
Please enjoy your flight.
Yeah, but again, the Canon one is not gimbaled. So you have to aim it like with 100% aim. You have no aim. It's like you playing the game with aim suppression. So it's like, I would rather be hitting full cannons with using omniskis, which are only just slightly faster, because the main cannon of the Stinger is 1288.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
And omnis are 1400. So if you only aim on the pip of the main cannon, you'll land the omni shots as well, because they're gimbaled.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is
The thing is though, I think if they gimbaled it, it would be too OP. It's like if you imagine gimbaling an Ion, for example. Like it would be so broken because of how many things would just instantly disappear, so yeah. It's a weird one. I generally feel they should have just taken the blade cannons, the decent ones, put it on it, and given it them like a buff. So you had 2 blade cannons size 4 spec, 2 normal blade cannons and then the size 5. I think that would have made it really good. And then you wouldn't so mattered about the turn rate and stuff, because when you actually got on target, you would just vaporize something. But the negative would be, it would be taking you quite a while to do so. Ion needs more ammo capacity, Inferno 2. Ion doesn't need. You got 25 shots, dude. Like, you can literally strip the shields of a Polaris down with 25 shots. You just gotta land them. The thing with the Ion is it has no gimbal assist, so you have to play it like you have aim suppression on constantly. You have to lead the shots, and it works fine. The Inferno, I think the Inferno just needs like a rework, or maybe add a second gun. Or give it a... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could give it more ammo, I suppose, but... You gotta watch, if you give it too much ammo, then it becomes unbalanced. Because you can just sit and spray bullets. But Ion's in a very, very good place. They don't need to touch the Ion. I would say the Ion and Paladin are some of the most balanced ships in the game. Pretty good, they did. Because the Paladin is super squishy without gunners. I just don't know how you can make the Stinger good right now. Repeaters, you're not gonna get much time on repeaters because of how it moves. Cannons don't have enough ammo. It just is not good.
Safety is a top priority for all of us.
No, what happens is CIG replaced the old system, Najib, where it used to be where if you wanted to have, like, say you were in a Gladius, you could have 3 fixed size-free guns, or you could have 3 size 2 gimbal guns. This got changed a couple of years back, where now you have gimbaled size 3 and you don't need to go to size 2. Now what happens is, whilst you're using and you're aiming on the pip, your guns automatically do this on any ship that has a gimbal system. The only ships that can't do this are Ion, Inferno, Scythe, Glaive main guns, and the Stingers size 5. Every other gun in the game does this whilst you're aiming, which means that if you're off target even by 60%, you can still land shots. So the game nudges shots in your favor, right? So it's super annoying that that happens, right? And it takes away a lot of the skill of the game, because people think they're actually able to aim on the pip, but when you actually review the footage, they're massively off. Intrepid 2, Intrepid has a gimbal system, dude. You can see it move. So again, like, there's a lot of weird things around that sort of mechanic, because it means that anybody who is bad at the game can hit you even though they're like 60% on target. CIG have made the game Squadron 42 friendly, where you're versing slow moving ships that can't turn and they can't hit you because they don't have gimbal systems, whilst they give you gimbal systems and make it where you can turn. It's very off-putting for Squadron 42 because it's going to be far too easy because of it. But, well, this is a Chris Roberts game, like, so there you go. But sadly, it ruins Star Citizen with those sort of mechanics, because you have every Joe Blog landing a shot feeling like they're the top gun, and when you actually go through all the nitty-gritty of it, they're useless. They shouldn't even be a pilot. And this is one thing, this good thing is, like, if you're ever doing recruitment for your organization and you're looking for people that are going to be in a light fighter and stuff, make sure you review their footage on like Discord or stuff like that, because you'll be able to see that if they're off target, when CIG changes a lot of stuff with like aim suppression and stuff like that, these people are going to be absolutely useless in the new system. Because CIG have overtuned it massively. They should reduce it by at least 25% And you can easily go and test this out for yourself to see how good you are in Arena Commander. Just go to options, go to key binding, whatever you use for weapons. Make sure you have this button connected to your same trigger button, which is where's the aim suppression? Yeah, suppress aim here. Put this on the same trigger as your shooting button and go to town and see how many shots you actually land. And that's the issue you have in Star Citizen right now, is that if you don't suppress the aim assist, you get roughly about 30-40% more aim than you should be getting, because of how much the game nudges the guns towards the target. And it's quite a big circle as well. I love how people in this chat are literally saying the Stinger is beastly. It is a fucking joke, man. I don't know why people think the Stinger is a solo ship. Vandal ships are designed to ram. Stinger is a serial... This is the chat we have to put up with. But yeah, definitely Paladin is,
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
I would say,
system.
worth it. The Shiv is really worth it. I don't have a Shiv to showcase though. But yeah, if CIG don't do a lot of work on the Stinger, I'll probably melt it. I don't think it's worth it at all. Yeah. What should we do? Should we do Solaris or should we do Shadowfall? How many people in chat have a Shadowfall skin? The OG Paladin skin. You got one? Nice. Nice. Shadowfall plus Shiv? What do you mean? Also, this thing just has such armament. Like, it is insane. But justified so. Like, this is actually probably feeling like the first working gunship in a while. And it's not OP. Everyone's crying how OP the Paladin is. It's not. It really isn't. It's just people don't realize what they're doing when they fly up in their little Cutlass Bleaks. They're like, oh my god, why am I dying? It's like, because you're getting beamed by a turret designed to beam you. Yeah, it's very good. Again, it can be easily countered by so things. You could just watch Cutlet stream yesterday and see how easy it can be countered. Take out the rear engines and it just spins around like a Black Hawk Down movie. Still will get a mandatory nerf? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. CIG are claiming that they go by metrics and all that jazz now, and I don't see any issue with the Paladin. It's not overpowered. It's just because people want to come and solo it when it's got a full crew. That's all. I really wish the missile system was a little bit less janky than it is. Paladin is purely defensive. It will be a hard time if a Cutlass stays away from fire range, not be able to flare shit. Yeah, but you also gotta remember that the Paladin has a ridiculous amount of missiles as well, dude. And I'm pretty sure the Cutlass is going to be in the same situation. It will be a missile bombardment at that point. I literally, look at me, look at them all. This thing's so jacked. I need a gunner.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Is this the same people that are saying the Paladin is OP, where they're saying the Stinger is OP? It's like, bah.
Vehicle selected. Please visit us again.
Like, they're gonna have to do a redraw on that Stinger. It's so bad. Super, super bad ship. Again, right now, even though the Shiv I don't like interior, the Shiv is so much better than the Stinger. Cheaper as well. The Stinker! It is, yeah. There she is. The Beast. Yeah, they did fresh. As I said, this is my take on the Stinger. It should be interceptor tuned because of how slow it would take to turn it, if that was the case. You take the blade size 3 cannons and upscale them to size 4, and then you have it where it is the size 5 non-gimbaled, 2 size 4 upgraded blade cannons, and 2 size 3 blade cannons. You then make it where if it lines up on target on you, it will vaporize you if it lands shots. Then it has the speed to pull away, and it just has to do long turns around. Again, the vehicle is like absolutely insane in size. Juicy, juicy. And also the capacitor is just so wrong. 2 size 1s for that amount of size 4s and 2 size 2 shields. Like, it was never going to be a deal. This thing's gonna be like really good. You know what I mean? You just poke and fucking brrr, and then you just go off to the side. Like, you could literally just... But then I suppose grenades could get thrown in, you know. It's gonna be very interesting to see. Because even, like, back to here, you've got very difficult path to choose in. Because you've got somebody here, and I don't think you can shoot through here, can you? Nah, you can. It's literally fucking bulletproof. So you could sit in that corner there, while somebody here... You force through, you get beamed down. Plus, somebody could go here. Much more difficult. Yeah, this thing is actually pretty good for, like, defense. And then you've always got the toilet to fall back to. Because it's just that one entry, right? It's so difficult to push a one entry system like that. Because you can go somebody on the corner like that, forcing people to come in. You have somebody healing further back so they don't get hit by nades. And it's just a beam as soon as the door opens. Pull back and the door closes. Why would you board a paladin though? Not like this cargo? No, everyone's a fucking pirate quartz. Maybe we want to fucking take the ship and rebuild it and do all these things. You have no idea. Again, somebody could have a tier 5 paladin and you soft def it, and then you board it, you take it, and then go and repair it. We have no idea if those mechanics are coming in. You're like, oh, there's no cargo inside. pirate. Fuck me, like. Some of us are just murder hobos, exactly, yeah. There's a golden pico, yeah. Yeah, you have no idea. They might have a rare Vendel plushie. Target extraction for bounty hunter reasons. Again, CIG have literally said that in the future, you are going to be able to rebuild a ship or repair a ship from soft dev. So again, when somebody is crafting tier 3, tier 4 ships in the future, you're not just going to go and blow it up for the sake of it. You're going to board it, you're going to kill everyone on board, you're going to then repair it and then use it for yourself. Even if it's only a one-time use and you don't have it on insurance, or however the game works, but still, it will save you time. Imagine you're flying around in your tier 1 paladin and you for some reason managed to get a hold of a tier 3 that doesn't belong to you. You're just gonna just ignore it because it doesn't have cargo on board. That would be a waste. It would be a waste. Anyway, that's the let some light in. That's some of the Shadowfall paint. I think it looks really good with Shadowfall. And this would be my setup if I was going with it. Omni-ski cannons. So you've got the repeaters for the pilot. And then you go for the hard cannons at the end. Because again, like, I don't think people realize when you get hit by 4 size... Oh. Not in Kansas anymore. I don't think people realize... Oh, also this thing is moving up. I'll have to quickly try and do this. No! It's 'cause I left in. This, right? Is fucking ridiculous. This just shreds so hard. No! We lost the Arbiter Zone. Target extraction for bounty hunters? I still would never use this without a gunner though. And CIG definitely need to make the landing gear drop down so much faster.
Landing gear deployed.
As soon as I entered the hangar, I had pressed the button. It's like a good 15 seconds to get the landing gear down.
Engine.
But yeah, so dope. And I wish CIG would do like a proper deploy button kind of thing. I've not even seen the bottom one. Cutlet, when we were playing with Cutlet, he did the bottom one. So like here. I've actually not even been in the bottom area. What's that? Can you actually... No. I kind of feel like this is where you should have made the top turret be. Kind of thing. I love how it's a fucking joystick. Wow.
Aerospace. All systems online.
Ooh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Yeah, it's weird that it's a joystick. It's weird that your hand's in the position of a throttle as well. Yeah, that's pretty sick. I think what the CIG needs to do is like have like a few buttons on the outside above or something like that. I don't know what is faster, to do that or climb up the ladder. Yeah. I also wish that this was more see-through. Yeah, that looks dope. Holy shit. That looks really cool. With the shutters. The only problem is when you disable the shutters, it blocks your view completely. Like there, you know? For a split second you have blocked view. I don't know why it just doesn't come up racked. Like, and then it folds in one by one when it gets beyond the pilot chair. You know, so instead of like closing the whole view, it just slides down kind of thing. Yeah, it's pretty sick. You can deploy lower blast shields? Oh, what, from the pilot? Alright, okay. Oops. That would have been sick, actually, if you could have right-clicked on it. And been able to activate the bottom one as well. God damn it. Chat, my mother is so paranoid that her delivery is coming. She's fucking sending me so many messages. I finally replied. She's like, there's a delivery coming today. I need that delivery. Like, I'll try. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Alright, so this only does, yeah, so as soon as you get in a turret, just shouldn't press any buttons. Does blast shields do? It will in Maelstrom, yeah. You'll want to use blast shields in the future. Not right now, though. It doesn't do anything. In my defense, not everyone is a big picture guy. And since selling components to make money outside of CZ stuff is really not worth the effort, I completely forgot about the option. What do you mean? Oh, the fact you can't take certain modules out of ships. Yeah, because this thing has upstairs in the back engineering room here. So you have your coolers. Now you'll be able to get these out of the ship. Can't do there. Because there's also this hatch here for like the jump drive and stuff, so like you could probably still get that out. The doors are pretty good. Yeah, so these would get out. These will fit down here. You have to bring them above and then down, maybe. Because this door is pretty wide as well. It's not like you're... Like, how the fuck do you get components out of a Redeemer, you know what I mean? But this is where, in my opinion, CIG should have made it where instead of these pipes, they should have just made it where a little component hatch was here. But the shield is here, right? You might actually be able to get this out. Yeah, there's a good chance you could probably get that out of the ship. You can't get it out? What, you can't take it out or it doesn't fit out? You can't take it out, right. So that's just a mechanic. I wonder if it would actually fit out though. I think it would, right? Yeah, whatever you do. But what I'm saying is, I think there's enough space where you could actually change this out. Some ships are different, right? It's wedged into the ship. Yeah, because the side of the pipe things go here, so... Again, maybe they're working on something. We'll see what engineering brings. Maybe there's a different mechanic around it when it comes to size 3 that you just fucking take stripper tape and put it on top of it and it makes it work again. Who knows? Maybe it's the only component you can bring back to full strength. There's also loads of extra areas that they could be putting modules in the future, so... Dude, I don't know. I don't know. Because again, you know what I mean? It didn't need to be that big. You could have had it half the size and still be size 3, right? In the C2, yeah. But would you not be able to take them on the lift, right? No. There we go. Again, just shrink it down. I don't think anybody is going to complain if you shrink them down. What's that? Alright. Open storage. Ugh, roleplay. What is this? It's just fancy. Yeah, it's just stuff for that. Yeah, again, I do like this ship. It feels very military. You know, you got your sludge drink machine, no cups. Can you actually get in? No. So you can't even have 4 people roleplay in the bit in here. You can only have 2. Can I shimmy along? No. No coffee machine? You got a sludge machine. I could just roleplay like that. Guys. Oh, holy crap, camera system. That's totally how I look, by the way. So it copies the... But why not the helmet? Wait. It doesn't... It doesn't know the helmet. Yay. I've got an invisible face. So this doesn't even work either. So the fuse box. It's like what? 1. Not here. So it's like. Where was it? Oh wait, it's here. 1 fuse box. Then up here, 2 fuse boxes here. Is there 1 in this area? Yeah, 1 in here. The 1 downstairs. No. Cool. Alright then. It's not too bad for somebody to work on. It's about the Sea of Thieves level of running around. Third person on the mirror? Oh, it's just bugged. Okay. It's like I don't know who I'm looking at. Again, it's an interesting system that they've decided to do with the camera, you know. It still shows you how janky like the animations are. The gun getting whipped up. See, you don't see it, look. The gun getting whipped up onto the back. Then it looks a little bit fine there. No, it still actually does it. Working mirror? Well, we've had that since the Idris. Or, sorry, the Polaris. I've never played Cyberpunk. I kind of wish you could make the turret also position here for flying through certain areas. You know what I mean? Like have it stored at the back and then it can be deployed. Yeah. This ship is so sick. It's just proper death. And I love all the, like, possible armor plating sort of look to it, where maybe if these are broken, you could replace them on the side. It just feels like it's armored up. Like the little subtle red lights as well. It's a flying Tonkin, yeah. It definitely feels like a flying tank. Also, I turned the engines off. Why are they still on? Or is it just a bad animation? Guess it's a bad animation. It's kind of cool how I could actually turn it off from out of the chair. Yeah, it's a bad animation. These ones are turning off, these are not. Still needs a lot of work then. It's a shame that CIG just... You know what I mean? I kind of feel like they could have held back the Stinger and just released the Paladin and the Shiv and spent more time on the Paladin. And the Shiv. Yeah, it is a really cool design. I do like it. I still wish the ramp was at the rear, but I get it that the gun has to move on the track. But also, I think they could have done doors on both sides and just had the armory like at the back here. I like the Shiv. Let me have my Shiv. Yeah, the Shiv's cool. What's wrong? Also, I like the height map on it where it actually feels like you can walk underneath the ship inlet instead of it like the Apollo, which is super close to the ground. But shame. Stinger is bad.
Welcome
Super
to the
bad.
ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I'll hold on to it for a bit longer because I do like the sound, I do like the shape of it. I do like the cockpit of it. Looking forward to seeing that cockpit in the blade and so forth, but yeah, it's rough, man. Really, really rough. It just needs bestoked weapons, like you would get on the blade and the scythe. They should have never gimped it.
Please visit us again.
Let me quickly see, yeah. Because even these just... They're not enough. It's too slow. No, there's no way you're getting in Polaris. You wouldn't even get in an Idris, I don't think. You would get a Shiv in an Idris, I'm pretty sure. Because if you can get a Cutlass Black in an Idris, but I don't know if you still get the where the ship turns purple and it despawns. I should really set the alarm on. I'll do that instead. Put it in my pocket so it muffles a bit more. Where is it here? Ready the guns. But it looks like we're getting live this week. Wonder what other treats we'll be getting. Yeah, they don't even show you the skin anymore because you can't get it apparently. The Shadow, or whatever it's called. Colors doesn't fit in Polaris here? No, that would be way too much. No, the concept skins are not available to people afterwards. I think. Let me have a look for you. In the concierge area of your account, if I can remember how to find it. Yeah, so here. Yeah, it's not available. You can't get it. I have 2 of them. I will hold on to it then. I've got 2 of the Thunder skins for the Perseus. I wonder if CIG will sell them again since that was only for the concept. They're gonna get pricey. I think the Thunders are gonna go for more. I'll show you here. Thunder. No concept skins ever came back. That's true, yeah. Sell on eBay? You won't? What? What, the shadow skins? I always buy 2 of the skins. Yeah, here we go. Thundercloud. I think the skin looks really cool. Stars. Does it actually have a page that shows you? Was this it? Yeah, I think this might be it. Yeah. Does it have the skin? No. That's before they added it in, right? Before you can preview it. I can't wait for this ship, man. Oh my god. A proper boat. The paint goes as low as 45. Well, for Thunderstrike. Thundercloud, sorry. Just the Thunder paint? That's not bad. I think it'll go up over the years. People are eBaying it. Looks sick, though. Proper fucking urban camouflage. Dun 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 dun. Ooh. Concierge skin. That wouldn't actually look too bad. Yeah, look at that beauty. I wonder if it'll be as same as the concept.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval
Maybe at the
System.
expo? What, you think they'll sell? I don't think they'll sell the Thunder. See, look at this. It's on the
Please visit
pad.
us again.
What's wrong with it? Do you not like being there? And there's my Galaxy skin. I got the original Galaxy ones as well. Anytime there's any concierge skins, I always buy 2. I don't buy any more than 2, I just use them with credit, so... I have a lot of skins that I have no interest in using and stuff. There's a storm coming, a headache.
Engines online.
I wonder if it's because of the deployed.
Takeoff complete. Landing complete.
Oh. Oh, that's why. Wait, did I not actually land?
Engines offline.
I was landed though. I wish there was like light switches in here to go battle stations and be like. But there's none. There's no light switches. CIG stopped doing all that, which is super annoying. We're gonna hide in here. Nobody will suspect me if I'm inside. Oh no, CIG have actually made it. You can't go inside. Boo. Those are lights. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yes! Awesome. Is there a war? Nah, it's not all working. We're going to DEFCON 1. DEFCON. Sound the alarm. There we go. yeah. Making that really romantic room. This one here. It's so sensitive, look at it. Only works when the door is closed, sadly. Oh, when it's damage state? Yeah, we want damage state. Damage state on the Idris is so good. The bridge must be in damage state. Oh, you can even lock the bridge? Nice. I'm locking. Nobody will get me in here. I'll hold the line! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Oh, well. Looks like we're not holding... Oh, wait, there we go. Yeah, this is so fucking sensitive, like... I actually like the green over the red. It's kind of like... Yeah, you gotta go down here to get it. Yeah, the green's actually really good. Ooh. It's got that like kind of nice... Ooh, going into the red is actually really nice as well. Yeah, look at that. It's super eerie. Holy shit. The green is really good. It's just so dark and mysterious. Yeah, I like that. Like, that's so fucking dope. Then you go to the red room. It's got this like cool sort of mist sort of effect in it, which I really dig. I like all the red lights as well. Yeah, this ship's really dope. Really fucking cool. Can you actually change here? Oh, you can. Ooh. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Then fall back to the green room. Spooky. It does make it super like eerie. The green. I wish you could turn these lights off though. Yeah, I also wish CIG would add in, like, when engineering comes, you can change the lighting for the whole ship. So you don't have to painfully go around and do it all the time. This is perfect. I'm in the dark. Yeah, so like if engineering, when that comes in, you would get like the console here. Boop, 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 change all the lights. One button. That'd be sick. Can you even do the toilet? Oh, yeah. Oh, you can even lock the toilet? Whoa, that's bright. Doesn't really do anything. Let down. Fortunately, I have a good history of flying big ships, and people know me for it. Hoorah! Yeah. Into the green zone. Look at that. Once Perseus comes out, will it be increasingly difficult to find crew for Polaris? Simply because of the nature of the Perseus, also people like to clump up and make it easier. I don't know. You need a golf cart for that big? I've always asked CIG for segways and they still don't give us them. I want a Segway around a hangar. Came to ask in the SE PvP what changes need to be addressed in Polaris cannons. They are looking to change it. Just needs to be more devastating, I think. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, completely. I think that should be the case for any capital guns. In my opinion, Tumblr should be like firing off a fucking battleship size cannon. Mega fucking alpha and range, but the rate of fire is like 30 seconds or something. That's how I would like to see like Perseus and stuff like that as well. I think any big gun should be very slow.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
With those cannons, they're going to get fucking vaporized. It's not even a question. Why is this claimed, CIG? It's literally on the deck. What's wrong with this game? I can't make it any better. Is it because the door? Or is it the shutters? I'll try the shutter. Yeah, I definitely think there should be way more alpha on big guns. Less rate of fire. Time to kill versus those ships is too high versus those cannons, then the fucking Cutlass shouldn't be going anywhere near a Perseus or a Polaris. That's just insane.
Welcome.
I hate
to the
max
ASOP
in all
vehicle
segment
retrieval
turrets.
system.
My opinion, turrets need to be bestowed. Higher damage. Yeah, I completely agree. Like, it should be a skill to fire capital-sized guns in this game. Not just any Joe Blog can do it. Damn you, CIG, and your annoyance with this. I just want to store it so I can see if all the lights remain the same. I might have to go to a different station. Yeah, you deserve to die. It's the same with the old original Ion. Everyone was calling it OP, and it's like, just don't get hit by it. It's that simple. I one-shot an Avenger Titan from 1900 meters away with the original Ion. And it was a pure aimbot situation of aim, you know, it was beautiful. Led the shot, fucking blap. But at the same time, that dude was just flying in a straight line.
Engines online.
Don't fly in a straight line.
Takeoff complete.
Okay, we're gonna do it this way then. Yeah, if CIG don't fix this MFD issue before release, like, oh my god. Yeah, the Ion's in a good spot right now. Okay. Let's see if getting a new hangar will fix this. Because I want to see if all the interior lights stay when we store the ship. If not, I'll never be doing this ever again. Trying to roleplay my ship. People don't like using it simply because it's not worth it for solo captures. Yeah. Again, they need to remove Idris owners being able to fire the gun as the pilot. Massively disagree on it. You literally have a weaponsmith chair that has a camera on the top of the thing. You can just make it where they can make you remove on all capital ships PDCs firing unless you have somebody in the weapons chair. On the Polaris, you can make it where they have access to the torpedoes, the PDCs, and the remote turret for the missiles, okay? In one chair, does all that job. Then you still need somebody downstairs for loading torpedoes when you run out. You then, on the Idris, have it where the weapons person that has the camera on the top can make the PDCs move and fires the cannon. So whilst it's coordinating the PDCs to defend against missiles and players, or going into free mode that will focus only on missiles to begin with, or torpedoes, whatever you want to call it, then they have to do the gun. You then make the Idris where it can slightly sway a little bit on gimbal underneath, right? So you just make it where the bottom moves a bit and the barrel does that, and you make it like an actual turret. You just quickly rework it, wouldn't take that long to do. And you make it where you can just slightly nudge it 5% left or right and 5% up and down. And you make it like a little barrel like that. It would look amazing. Because they've literally got it in the railguns under the Bengal do the same thing as I'm talking about. So it would not be difficult for CIG to swap out the Idris nose for doing that on the railgun and the laser. That way you could just have, if you're wanting to solo your capital ship, you can fly it from A to B. But if you're actually wanting to using it for war purposes, you have to have a weapons person on board, making it at least 2-player. And even then, it's not going to be that good. But it takes away that stupid solo player railgun nonsense. It is probably turreted, but you can use the animation of it extending out to sort out. Again, pilots of those size of vessels should not be allowed to fire weaponry. And you shouldn't get free PDCs just because you want to fly around in a big ship solo. CIG needs to change this. It is not good gameplay to just let everyone fly around. Because again, instead of bringing 10 light fighters, you bring 10 Idris.
Because it'll do a better job. Alright, let's see if this works now.
Landing complete. Engines offline.
I don't believe this will work. But I need to try and figure out how to store the ship whilst it's in green mode. I want to see if I can actually keep the roleplay element of green lights. It's weird. Does Kick not even bother to do things? Oh, that's because it's not even in the channel. Give me a sec, chat. Why are you not in the channel? See if it's no. No. Oh, wait. Is it because it's in... Wait. Is it because it's in follower mode? Commands don't work? No. Nothing to do with that. The bot just ain't there. God. I swear, like, the problem with multi-streaming is just nobody is doing a decent bot that just does one thing correctly. See if it's working in... Yeah, I think it's working in... Nope. It's not working? Yeah, there we go. It's working there. So it works in YouTube. Oh, also I need to check this. Okay, I need to move this to top, I think. Okay. No idea why it's not working on Kick.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Will you work now? Yes!
Your vehicle
Finally.
has been
Okay.
restored.
So we store, then we're gonna unstore. A lot of people are comparing like Redeemer and Paladin, which is better to have. I guarantee you, when engineering comes out and how multiple shields are going to be done by CIG, I think the Redeemer will be one of the best gunships available. Okay, let's see if this works.
Welcome
Does it
to the
save,
HVAC
chat,
vehicle retrieval
your
system.
light configuration inside a ship?
Your vehicle has been placed.
Obviously, it's not lost the ship, but there's no way I'm gonna do this every time the ship spawns, unless CIG add a one-all button track thing. Okay, moment of truth. What do you think, chat? Do you think it's going to be reset? Or are the lights persistent? Reset for sure? Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. Boo. Yeah, reset. Man, that's such a shame. That's super annoying. But it's not reset, by the way. Look, it's active here. And it's active here. It's basically the animations don't keep. Because when it's turned on, that's standard. The circle is faded out. Green mode is like that. So it is actually on, but the game doesn't know to persist it. See, look. Boo. Maybe one day. One day. At least it keeps the configuration. It's just not keeping the actual status of the light. Which kind of sucks. Because it keeps the status that I left it in VTOL. It keeps the status that I even set it up in green mode to begin with. Because when we get to the pilot chair area... Yeah. So you can even see that it's got full shields up, full weapons, full coolers, the engines are off, right? So it's literally running the same as I left it. Just meh. Wait, also, is that correct? Is it? So I actually only need one button for this ship to do it, because I would want like that. See, I don't even need a macro then for it. I just need it to do that. Alright, I'm changing this, chat. Because I've got it set here for the Paladin and I didn't realize you don't need to do everything. We just need to fucking do one button. So it would be Alt, Control, and it's going to be 2 and that. And that's it. And then we'll move this down to here, this to here. File, save that, run that. So it should just be that, right? Change the missiles, press that. Nope. Wait. Oh wait, did I press the wrong one? Also, why is the light come on in here for some reason? Is it left alt? Yeah. What's wrong with that then? That should be fine. Yeah. That should be working. Why are you not working? Let's try it in the other state. Aren't macro considered cheating to CIG? Look at the macro, dude. It's literally the same as me pressing to change the MFDs because these are MFD buttons. So what's the cheat? Like, whenever CIG looks at, like, there's no way CIG can determine if it's me pressing the keyboard naturally or it's a macro, right? Still doing the same sequence that I do with my hands, because what I'm doing is I'm not adding, when I record this and this, I'm doing the keybinds on the keyboard to input the same thing. So it's the speed that I would naturally do it, right? Then when you save this, basically, it's whenever they would be like, oh, this person's cheating, and they're looking for the keybind logger, because there will be some sort of keybind logger to everyone's client, right? They would look at is he pressed left alt to change the MFD to 2, because that's what the command does, right? So when you sit in here, instead of me pressing alt 2 and then holding right control up to change your parameter number 2, right? Because there's, you can see here, self status, there's parameter 1, there's parameter 3, then up here is parameter 4, and for some reason in the right hand corner is parameter 6, right? So when I go in here, it basically would be where it just changes this. However, it's not changing it. It's targeting it, but it's not changing it to the profile for some reason. Oh wait, I know why. Because I'm a fucking idiot. That's meant to be there. And that's meant to be there. Fuck's sake. Because I've got it where it's releasing the key before it actually presses the command. That makes more sense, chat. There we go. I have it where, so now, there we go. So it's literally the same as me holding left alt pressing 2 to select the MFD. So that's me alt 1 to select that MFD, alt 2 to select that MFD, then it's control left to do self status up there. I've got it all preset, and if you hold it, it does separately buttons, right? So all I'm doing is the same thing as you just doing what I just said. The difference is the macro does it where there. The only problem is the macro now doesn't revert if needed, right? So I kind of feel like just in case I fuck it up, this is actually not a good idea. So I'm going to go back to what I originally had. So it is hold alt, hold right control. Then we're going to do one left, 2 up. 3 down, 4 left, 6 right. I think this is right. This is... Again, I'm doing it in my head without doing it in game. And then we need to bring the release key down. And the release key down here. There we go. So now, when I press the button, and I can change the MFDs on fly for whatever I want throughout the profiles, how I prefer it. There we go. And again, I can go here to change it to Paladin profile. There we go. However, I really wish I didn't have to do this every time I was sitting in a chair, but a macro is completely fine for doing quick things like that. I'm not using a macro to like speed up my mouse or any broken things like that you get in games. So again, any macro that is doing the same keys that you would do in game, just with one button instead of, look how many buttons I've got to press to set up my MFDs to how I like them, because CIG won't let it just be a profile in the game. So the moment that CIG adds in profiles for ships, I can get rid of all these keybinds here. So this is basically Anvil, Aegis, for profile. That's to the right. And these are for RSI ships. Because every single fucking profile is different for some reason with these ships. So when you get into a ship, not every ship on left to right has MFD 1 to 2. For some reason, even the F8. The F8 is completely inverted, by the way. I'll show you this. Let me store this. The F8 is inverted where it starts 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, and 4 like the Hornet. Because whoever codes this shit at CIG is fucking terrible at their job. There's no standard. It's bonkers. I'll literally show you the difference, right?
To the ASOP vehicle
Let me
retrieval
just store
system.
this so we don't lose it.
Your vehicle
And I'll do it in Arena Commander because it's faster to do. But all MFD systems are not a standard system. It's so inconsistent depending on what designer does each ship, for example. And there should be a UI guy that comes in and sets it all up as a standard so that you don't have to do these things. But there's no standard at CIG. Chris Roberts keep flapping his gum and all that jazz. Chair at door. Oh, God's sake. Give me a second, check. For fuck's sake. Oh, there we go. I don't know what the fuck she's bought, but it is extremely heavy. Alright, let's do this. Arena Commander. Isn't that right, Nixie? Mm-hmm. It's so cold outside as well, chat. So cold. Right, so Let's go into offline, free flight. We'll just do winner, crossroad of crime. And I'll show you here. So we're gonna use the, let's use the standard Aegis Gladius, right? And you can see here. There, it's going to be very difficult for you to see, actually, let me zoom in. So there is selecting MFD1, MFD2, MFD3, MFD4, and then your left here is MFD5, and MFD6 is on the right, because this ship has the ability to give you 6 MFDs at one time, right? Now, remember that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now watch how fucking stupid the F8 is. Because again, CIG have no standard whatsoever in this company. So look.
Anvil Aerospace. All systems
1,
online.
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. See how it's inverted? So if I set up a macro for the Gladius to do my profile, it doesn't work on the F8. So I have to invert it, right? And that wouldn't even work. Because I need to make it where it looks like that. Because everything is inverted around. So instead of just making one macro for every ship, so this would be how I would have a Gladius macro, I have to press this button for the F8 because I like to have self-status and targeting, then I like the pips and the contact, because for me, whenever I'm looking at the screen, I want to visually focus on my HP and the target's HP in my peripheral view. I don't care about power and stuff because that's a quick glance, and it's the same with the contact stuff. Isn't needed anymore because you can just ping to get everyone's names, but I like to have it just in case I forget to ping, and I use it there. Eventually down the line, I might go like, whatever, right? You know, maybe if CIG add in a proper engineering window, I might not have contacts. But that's what I have just now, because before the ping actually worked, this is what we had to do. And I'll show you again with the same macro. So if we go back to the Gladius, and then the Wolf is a completely different profile as well, because it's only got small amount. So you can see here, if I press my macro for one, like it going 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? There's it set up correctly. But if I press the F8 button, that's what it looks like. Even though the F8 makes it on the left instead of the right. You can see how like all ships have, for example, this invertedness in the MFDs. Because somebody at CIG can't just fucking make it left to right, left to right. They make it where it's right and left, and then again, like I said, you then make it even more difficult because when you don't have the same amount of MFDs, so we go to ships like the Scorpius, for example, your MFD system is completely off as well because you don't have 4 main MFDs. So you only have left and right, so there is 1, there is 2, and then it's 3 and 4. So the macro then wouldn't work, so you then have to make a macro designed around 2 main MFDs and your virtual MFDs in the left and the right, because they're normally 4 and 5, but sometimes they can be 4 and 6 for some reason, because there's like a hidden MFD that CIG doesn't have. That's in the Paladin, for example. But with this ship, it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So your macro for the other ship wouldn't work. So if you press something like this for Gladius, it disables your top MFDs. Because CIG haven't built a standard system that just is easy to input. So now I need to have it where this does it. But if I press it for another ship that's inverted, you can see it's on the other side. And I can't remember what's the ship that I have to press for the inverted 2 thing. I think it might be the Mantis that's inverted.
So this is why I have 6 MFD macros right now to bring me how I prefer my MFDs, because CIG 1 won't let you save this stuff anywhere in the game. And all they could do is just the same as your views, right? So whenever you save views in Star Citizen, it goes into an XML file into your user folder, right? If anybody ever wants to save their views, sometimes it gets corrupted where you've got to do it yourself. Console history as well. If you ever want to make it where console history is not done, I can go for that. You go into your profile and you see here your saved views, right? Let me just, because I was working on something before streaming, just in case it doesn't pop up. Good. There we go. And these are all your offset cameras saved into an XML file on your PC. So if you were to play this game anywhere else around the world and you didn't have this file, all your saved views would be completely gone. And you can see that I've got them for Starfare, Gemini, going down for a Terrapin, right? So I've got all my saved views here. I don't understand why CIG can't let us export the profile of the MFDs so that you have them constantly saved in your PC, so when you get into a ship with that name, it automatically sets up the MFDs how you want it to be. It would be such a simple system to export it. You could literally just go and like into the menu and export, or here, export to profile, whatever the fuck, press a button, because again, you have it here where I can save all my views for whatever ship I prefer to get into, right? That saves to your client side and onto your PC, but you can't save anything to do with the MFDs. And it just annoys me. So that's why I've got macros. I don't have any macros for like left, right, up, down, wiggle, wiggle, as I'm pretty sure a lot of people have in the game, because you can see they have the same pattern. You can always tell you're fighting somebody that has a macro, because they'll do left, up, right, down, and it moves like that. And then suddenly they press the macro and it perfectly goes round in the same formula. And people are not coordinated to do the up, down, left, right, right? They're not able to do that in every scenario. But you see their ship drifting out and then they start doing this. And that's clearly a macro using, because it constantly does this whilst the ship is flying forward in a perfect like 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of thing. Now, not a lot of people use that anymore, but they used to do that shit for wiggling. So you would see them going like this. Their ship, when they're at halt, would just do this. Because of the symmetrical system that we used to have. And that would be classed as like, you know what I mean. But doing a simple macro for MFDs, no problem, right? CIG won't bother with that. Because you can use Joystick Gremlin for other things. I use it for macro profiles. You see on the throttle, it's just for those 6 profiles for the ships, right? Wolf, Paladin. Then on like the left joystick is like, you know, sound files, toggle ping. So this is, people are like, how do you make ping toggle? Basically on the joystick, I press this button and it just keeps doing the ping button in game every 1.5 seconds. Center VoIP is this, because if you guys don't know, if you want to center your head, it's like hitting double Z. So it's just quick buttons that I use. And then overlay for OBS recording, and then reshade. But the thing is though, is I don't even have reshade installed anymore on the PC, so I can probably get rid of these. I'm trying to wean myself off reshade and just go legit. This one here, because you can only get an ESP hold trigger on one gun. And I like to have trigger 2 as ESP hold. So I've got ESP hold on my main trigger, but you can only do that in one setting in the keybinds. So I set it up for the keyboard and then do that on the keybind too. Then fire what buttons is using the mouse one here, because when I go into separate profiles, I want to be able to still afterburner and fire my guns even whilst I'm moving. So there's just a few things that you have to add in, because CIG unfortunately don't add in enough keybinds. Like when you go to the ESP hold, for example. So I have it where's ESP? Is that under flight? I never understood why ESP is here. It should be literally somewhere else. Yeah, temporary hold. You can't add in button 2 or 3, which is super annoying. And I really wish CIG would allow this. Because there's so much real estate here. It would be cool if I could have ESP temporary hold on not only button 4, but on my trigger finger on the right. That's what I mean. Like, I can only... You know how sometimes in other games... Yeah, same action, basically, yeah. So my workaround, because CIG's shit is so bad, I've had to set the button... Oh, God. I hate this stuff so much, chat. I hate how this button here doesn't change it. I've had to set up the button in mouse, and then what I do is use joystick gremlin to do that button. So here, for example, because you can't have 2 keybinds. Yeah, but most games these days do. DCS, I think, is just so technical, right? But a lot of games nowadays let it have it where, like, you've got 1 or 2 actions that you can use, especially like in Space Marine, for example. So my workaround is why I use joystick gremlin is I want trigger 2, which does grouping 2 firing, to have the ability to hold ESP, because I fly with no ESP on, and I only activate ESP when I fire the guns. But because I can only keybind once in the game, I'm having to keybind mouse and keybind that to my joystick. The same with this. I can't have a secondary fire button that when I go into alt modifier on my joystick, it won't fire the guns or fire the afterburners. So again, on the left stick, I have afterburner here, which does the keyboard command in my joystick. And it would be amazing if CIG would allow you to have more than 1 keybind, but then I could probably get rid of joystick gremlin altogether if that was the case. Because I don't use joystick gremlin for DCS World, and it's only for Star Citizen I require it. Oh. Thank you again for all the lurks on YouTube, guys. If anybody's ever wanting to watch YouTube instead of Twitch to not get like the ads and stuff, !multi, or it should be pinned to the top of the channel. You have the option of Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. YouTube is 1 for 40 in like AV1 mint condition. The only problem is you don't get music on Kick or YouTube because of it. But if you prefer to be on any of those platforms we just don't have TikTok. And obviously people lurking in every area would be massively appreciated. Get those hours back and running. And Arc Raiders on Friday. Oh my God, I can't wait. Have they actually even released when you can download? No. No. Yeah, not on the 30th. This weekend, Seiko. Is that 9:30 a.m.? Peanut Gallery, thank you very much for the subscription, dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, here. Yeah, they don't even have anything to download yet for it. But what time is the 9:30 a.m.? Arc Raiders release times. Not release time. UK 9:30 on the 30th of the morning? Says 10 a.m. Damn! I was gonna start up Friday the 30th with Thursday with. Oh, chat. Thursday is a whole Arc Raiders day then. Yeah, because that actually works with my new schedule of starting up. Because I was like, ah, damn. But then I just remember I start at 9 o'clock these days. Yeah, Arc Raiders is the whole entire day then. That's not bad actually. Australia is 6 p.m. Yeah, that's a good time. But obviously we don't know about this Friday. This Friday we're playing with Burks. With the other one. If he doesn't, I'm probably gonna see if he would be up for like Cutlet joining us. I think that would be a good fun. Cutlet, Burks, and me, brand new players to Arc Raiders. Hey, hippity hop. Boing, boing. Alright, that's good. That's good. Gonna have 4 squads running? Cool. Well, if you get downed by us, don't worry. We'll make sure you know. You'll know it's me if I start teabagging while singing Dip Dip Potato Chip. If I notice you are in the field, I'm gonna throw every noisy thing at you to piss you off as the Ark chase after you with your low-level guns. And you're not able to kill a single one of them. I'm gonna throw ducks, grenades everywhere in the direction that doesn't harm you, just so it's like all I hear is ah! As the fucking thing chases after you. Because I heard that like starter guns can't kill the Ark at all. You need like decent weapons to be able to do it. So right at the beginning, like the first few, whoa, what the hell is going on here? Persistent hangers. Lovely. The fucking Narnia realm here, chat. God. This system is just so bad. I can't wait for instances. And the first release. It's gonna be amazing. Get ducked on, yeah. For me, I want to do sniping and pistols. Because I like the idea of those 6 shooters just bang, 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 bang. Kind of like, anybody ever played Hunt Showdown? It's so satisfying bringing out like a pistol and just, you know. And the sound files are so good in Hunt Showdown. But no, yeah. But I want pistols. Shadow people from the other instances? Yeah. I'm worried. Oh, well, that's kind of annoying, because I really wanted to test out the Stinger today, but it's dreadful. It's absolutely dreadful. People in Spectrum were pissed about instances. You're gonna kill PvP Scream. What? I don't think anybody should be caring about instances as much as they do. Instances make this game so much better. I don't think you realize that. Because here's why, right? You can have instance single to co-op story mode, where instead of looking for loot, you get a rich story narrative driven by CIG. You then get the second instance, which is single player co-op PvE mode, which is against incredibly difficult NPCs that could spawn at any given time. And the whole idea is looting, right? Like Tarkov has. Then the third version is the PvP version of the second version, but you upscale the loot, which forces people to go into the PvP zone, which has a higher loot chance. It just makes it so good. So the pleb or the person that wants to follow the storyline gets the storyline. Then you get the PvE zone with lower loot rate, because you don't want to be shooting people that have no interest in PvP anyway. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just so boring. But if you go in to the PvP zone, then you're going to get higher loot chance. It then becomes like the Division. Instances for PvE content or stories should not have to worry about PvP, and this is coming from... Yeah, exactly. I'm completely behind this. Biker Scout, thank you for the follow, dude. Completely behind this. But it also makes the game so much better, right? You have rich storyline narrative-driven mode. You can then have group gameplay solo mode. And then you have the PvP mode where the higher loot chance is in. And if you are somebody who wants to get that loot, you're going to risk going into the PvP zone. But the best thing about it is, just like Eve that has instances, getting to the instance and leaving the instance is not safe. So you can be attacked when you arrive and attacked when you leave. My only problem is if the only thing they add to the game is instance PvE content. Well, to begin with, they will, yeah. But you've got to make sure instances work. You've got the whole game to do PvP in. Like, I don't understand why anyone would be upset that somebody... Right, look at it this way. Right now, we have 100 plus ASD facilities that do the same job as every single facility. And instead of you having a storyline driven where you go there, you have to do a mission and then leave. Do a mission and then leave. Do a mission and then leave. And you're constantly going to different locations, instead of just going to one location and going in and being involved in a huge storyline driven thing that takes you from A to B to C to D, and you're enjoying it, and then you come back into the real world and you can do PvP. Like, I don't understand why people would be upset about this. It literally allows CIG to take all the storyline crap and throw it into an instance. Is right now the economy and how it's driven is a big unknown. We don't know how PvP is driven if we have zero clue how economy is managed. Yeah. But the thing is though, is PvP to me is going to be fighting over, and again, this is what's going to happen as well, I guarantee you it. When you build a base, and just like Eve where you set a pause timer, I bet you get a timer and then you have to be in an instance combat world, where it's the aggressors who are wanting to take a base and the defenders, like it is in what's it called? Not Perfect World. What's that other game that they've got? You know what I mean? You go into an instance version of combat. I think that's what will happen with PvP and base taking as well, and I'm all for that. I don't want to be taking a base and get third and fourth party because everyone turns up because they hear about it on some comm. I want to have it in an org versus org scenario, or alliance versus alliance, right? Because it could be who does the most amount, which group does the most amount of damage to trigger the defense pause, right? So you shoot up the area, and say you take down the AA turrets and stuff like that. Then a shield goes up, and it says you're going to be the attacker or something. There's the Black Desert has that stuff where whoever does the most amount of work or pays the most amount of money to war deck, basically, like in Eve, you get the ability to take the base. So it's not, you can free reign kill people during the day, but you can't take the base unless you win a battle or something like that. There's many games that have instances like that. And they've been out for years and years, and it works really, really well. So you build the outpost, everyone can come to the outpost, but if you do so much structure damage, you can make it where a shield goes up, you can't attack the base or the people inside it, they get to repair the base, and that whole area becomes an instance on a timer or something. And the people who are invited and stuff, there's many mechanics that you can make for that kind of stuff. Because they can't do EVE Online style, right? Imagine you're on an EU server, you've built your base, and all the Americans come over and just start killing it when you're offline. It doesn't work that way. The crane is coming from the shitters of PvP that what drives me nuts. I want real PvP. Yeah, exactly, dude. It's the same people like complaining about turrets. You literally have here, right? Okay. You had Virgil last night making a post about PvP Grim Hex turrets don't make sense. Criminal Players has one station option and it's Grim Hex. This is incorrect. You have literally, you know, multiple. But again, it's the only one in Stanton. And basically when you're doing Vaughn missions, you get Criminal, you get Bounty Hunters, and the Bounty Hunters have free reign to shoot at you because if you defend yourself, the turrets are that. There is no point in Criminal missions available in Stanton if one refugee is playing the other side. Grim Hex has a PvT pub for remove the turrets. And my point was, right, because again, I agree with Virgil and what he said, right? But my point was, and I put here, turrets need to be a thing to prevent multiple solo Idris sitting in the front dock over camping. Because if you don't have turrets, who's to say somebody in a 6-man group sticks 6 Idrises at the dock and every time the door opens they laser beam and insta-gib every ship that comes out, right? You need the turrets. However, I do agree that turrets shouldn't be siding with bounty hunters ever. It doesn't matter about Grim Hex. Bounty hunters should not get free turret support in any location. It should be everywhere, doesn't support. Okay? Make them where they only react to people shooting within 2 to 3 kilometers, which is a very tight bubble around Grim Hex, and when you're out of it, the turrets don't give a shit. Okay, this protects the players in and out of exit of Grim Hex, but if you're in the no man land bit, you can get killed. This is what it should be like in every station. This then leaves a great space since the comms don't come back online at 30 kilometers, and this brings Grim Hex back to a no man's land but follows the same rules as Station Outpost, protecting their areas, which is totally fine with. If Grim Hex is designed to be a neutral space, allowing all players to be there when the turrets need to be the same rules. Because you can't remove the turrets, guys. When somebody's like saying here, strongly agree, there should be no turrets at Grim Hex. This person has clearly never been at a Grim Hex station where 5 fucking Idrises are remote tanking the fucking guns and obliterating everything that undocks with PDCs. So you have to have the turrets. They just can't protect the bounty hunters. What are you moaning at? Oh, right. The solution is very clear, yeah. You just have to make it where nobody is allowed to be above the turrets. Anyone that enters GS... No, again, because, again, massively disagree. All these locations are based around, in the future, going to be reputation. It can't be about crime stat or anything like that. Because in the future, places in Pyro and Nyx and stuff, for now, no. Just make it where you can't shoot anybody... even if it's not a bounty hunter. It's so simple to remove the bounty hunter bonus than it is to set up different things. Right? So until they actually do the rep, you just make it where bounty hunter does not make you safe against turrets. That's it. That if you shoot anyone beside Grim Hex or anyone beside Seraph, regardless of their status, the turrets shoot. Because you know that CIG can't just do Grim Hex, Tumblr. You know, just think of it. CIG... do not have the ability to make it where Grim Hex has a different rule than Seraph. You know that. They only have one turret code line and it works throughout the whole fucking game, right? So they just need to remove bounty hunters being safe from aggression. Until they come up with whatever wonky system. Because I can guarantee you, you know, that's why I said people blue, so any aggro against people is treated as normal aggression. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, I thought you were meaning that, basically, you were meaning that no player, like neutral and stuff could enter. Only crime stat could be there. Because right now that wouldn't work. I can guarantee you that every single turret in the game is built around the same code line, where if you do aggression, you get shot at, and only bounty hunter stops the thing. So the best thing to do is take out whatever mechanic prevents bounty hunters from getting free reign in the game versus turrets, and just deal with it just now. But all these people are fucking dumb. If you are asking for the turrets to be removed, you are dumb. Because you don't understand what comes if you remove the turrets. You will have 5-6 Idris sitting outside that dock, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. Because that's what we used to have before the turrets. You literally had people camping in fucking hammerheads and doing all that shit. Now, all the people that agree that it should be where no bounty on, and Virgil does say that. He does say remove the turrets, but also he says, you know, it should be that bounty hunters should be in the same ruling, which is what I agree on. But I can't agree with anybody that says remove the turrets, because they clearly have no idea about this game. If you let people have free reign, especially at Dupree and stuff like that, you will get fucked. It's why Pyro has guns everywhere, even though there's no crime stat. Why does Pyro have turrets if it's lawless? That's not a solution. Because it's to protect the location, dude. Or are you talking to me or are you talking to Kennedy's? So, why Pyro has turrets everywhere and why all the outposts have turrets is to defend that location from anybody, right? But if you've got high reputation, you can go and land at like Headhunter's location and stuff like that. The problem is that there's no reputation to be gained for Grim Hex. Oh, that's what you're meaning. Yeah, because again, this is the problem. When somebody complains about turrets at Grim Hex, they're also the same people that don't complain about the turrets in Pyro or at outposts in Pyro. It is literally a defense system to protect it. You can't have people just free killing. Like, if you're going to have an NPC-player economy, you can't have it where, for example, a hauler coming to bring attritions from Hurston to Grim Hex to stock it up, be like, oh no, you can't enter because the guns will... there's no guns to protect you. So as you're coming to bring us money and let us make money, right? People on the outside just fucking kill you. Before server meshing, everyone that entered Grim Hex became blue. Yeah. Exactly. It's always the same people that harp on shit. If you want the turrets removed from Grim Hex, all you want to do is sit on the dock and kill people. That's it. Even if it comes from somebody like Virgil. Which obviously Virgil is not going to cringily sit there and wait for the fucking doors to stuff. But if he is getting clapped by those guns in PTU or live or whatever the situation is, then sorry, you need to learn the mechanics instead of just free cocking everyone. There's so much space in this game to attack people. Hathor, you know, over at the other locations, ASD and stuff like that. Camping outside Grim Hex is not enough of an excuse to remove turrets. Just make it that the bounties can't get the rewards like before and no comms. Well, there is no comms. So at Grim Hex, from Grim Hex Center to 30 kilometers out Ondo and PTU, there's no comms. The thing is though, is no comms doesn't work against removing bounties, because you can put somebody in prison if you get their bounty in Pyro, for example. CIG changed that system where no comms down doesn't stop fucking bounty hunting, right? It still gives you ASC violation without comms. Yeah, but if you're outside of it, for example, if you're outside the AZ, because the AZ is like 2 free kilometers and then it's gone. No, they've changed it. If you're, I literally tested it the other day there. If you're 10 kilometers, you don't get crime stat away from Grimhex. Grimhex should be dangerous because of PvP, not turrets. Again, that's bad take. Bad take, dude. Again, how are you going to stop the undock being clamped up by Idrises? Solo Idrises. 6 of them pointing down every hangar door. How are you going to stop that? Because then, if you come up with, oh, bring more Idrises, I don't think you realize how difficult it is to kill 6 Idrises. No, that doesn't fix it, B-Berry, sorry. That's a bad take as well. There's a very simple, easy, like, situation for Grimhex, and it means anybody that attacks within a certain distance, and you just make it 2 or 3 kilometers from Grimhex, kills anybody in that area. If you fight outside of it, no problem to Grimhex. That's easily the way is to solve it. You can't have the docks full of fucking things. B-Berry, again, that's a bad take, dude. It is. You just want to sit and fucking kill people that have no way to fucking do anything as soon as they undock. It's not a pirate station as well. Go and read the lore. Yeah, exactly. Again, you remove the turrets, you make it where anyone can kill each other outside of Grimhex without free reign. You have 6 solo players sitting in 6 Idrises, camping it all fucking day. That's a GG game then. But it's not a safe haven for criminals, it's literally a neutral place. It's a neutral station, B-Berry. It's not a criminal location. You can go to Pyro if you want to be a criminal. With free reign and not get crime stat or whatever. It's a neutral station. It's never been a main criminal base. Never. Add transient point or disable turrets in the jump point to Pyro until you add transient points and remove Grimhex. And remove Grimhex. It's not owned by Ninetales, B-Berry. Turrets everywhere, exactly, yeah. When you go inside, do you see any Ninetales inside? No, you don't. There's no Ninetales walking around inside that facility. Point being is that Grimhex is not as it's supposed to be now. Yeah, they could just remove it, yeah. I would be fine with that as well. Yeah, but that's 1943. Hondo. 2943, sorry. We're not in that date anymore, dude. Well, that's the thing. There's no Ninetales in the facility. So you're going on lore that is fucking years ago. Even the land outpost should have that invincibility removed and the turrets should be there instead. Oh, I completely agree on that, yeah. What all the lore do we have? Dude, go into the location. Walk around. Do you see Ninetales? No. You see civilians walking around. There's not a single Ninetale. Then go away, Beeberry. Go away. Alright? Just because you want to camp in a location and just free dick on everyone, that's fine. Play a different game. Sorry. Go to a different fucking solar system and do that shit. It's so stupid that you think it's okay for people to tank outside with fucking Idrises to their heart's content and you can't even leave the hangar. Because that's what will happen. And then you and nobody else is going to stop it. So again, what do you expect people to do? Sit in their hangars for the rest of the fucking day because they can't get out? But that's how you're clearly stating it. You want it to be a criminal-only location, and it's never been a criminal-only location. It's always been neutral. Throughout the whole history of this game, a video game as you bring up. It's a moot point when our Ninetales own it, because Ninetales would also not under strict warfare outside their moneymaker. Exactly. You bring up game mechanics, but also you're completely not understanding how the game works right now. You take away the turrets, you literally have an absolute fucking nightmare of a place to be. At least for the sake of economy, Grimhex need defenses. You're gonna get it in every location, you know? Yeah, I know, Brandon, I know, dude. Because again, Levski's gonna have turrets that shoot at everyone. What are you gonna do about that then? Levski will be caked in turrets. In a pirate, dead space, whatever you want to call it, zone. What's the radius of attack in the PTO on the new turrets? 10 kilometers. If you're outside of 10 kilometers, they don't shoot at you. And you've got 30 kilometers with no crime stat. So you've got 20 kilometers to kill people to your heart's content, but you can't go near the station if they try to make it there. The problem is that bounty hunters can kill criminals and not get shot at by the turrets. And that's the only thing that needs to be changed. Not remove the turrets. Ninetales or whoever own Grimhex now are not your org or your friends. Yeah, because you can't gain reputation with them right now. And that's going back to Tumblr's point. It should be reputation based, and I would agree on that. But you can't gain reputation. Yeah, but again, Beeberry, going back to this, we're talking about CIG. That can barely do the basic things that we're discussing, which would be more fun, and I would agree on it. But let's look at the nitty-gritty. We have turrets vaporizing people, and criminals can't have safe haven in the only safe haven in Stanton. But everyone's crying for the turrets to be removed, which then brings an even more bigger of a problem, which is people camping in big ships that everyone can undock. Like, literally, Beeberry, if you don't have guns like that, I will stick 6 Idrises I'll reclaim and buy all of my Idrises back and stick 1 Idris inside of every dock, and nobody will ever be able to take off. There has to be a system that prevents people from doing that shit. Until CIG come out and do an actual reputation. We were meant to get Pyro, where you would be able to be headhunters and you would be able to take over a whole station for headhunters like, what's it called? Checkmate. And then all people there, right? TOS still applies. But the thing is though is, again, that would stop people from doing what I'm talking about, planting it into the actual station. But what are you going to do against people that sit on the undock and kill everyone coming into Grimhex with Idrises and stuff? Which is not against TOS. If they're undocking from Grimhex, sure. If they make it into their hangar, that falls under TOS. But if they're sitting within the ring, you can vaporize everyone, and as soon as they attack your ship, the PDCs will insta-gib you because of how that stupid system works. You see so many solo players flying around in Idrises. You know exactly what group is going to start abusing this. So this is why I'm against removing the turrets. It shouldn't just simply make it where turrets do not protect bounty hunters, and that solves the situation for now, until somebody at CIG actually develops a proper system. They've been talking about it for 3 or 4 years now. Version 2 of Law system. Yet, there's no talk about it. CitizenCon didn't even talk about it. They never talk about it because nobody's working on it. Never seen 6. Idris sitting outside of everywhere. You need to have unprotected places in the game. It's thrilling. No, disagree. You've got a whole universe to do thrilling gameplay, right? You can go to any outpost and deal with certain things. The outposts in Stanton don't even have the same mechanics as Pyro, for example. Pyro doesn't have a bubble. It has it where turrets thing. Again, there's nothing you can do if somebody starts piling up in solo Idrises, B-Bear. It's not filling for other people. And you have to build a game for the mass majority of people, not because you think it's fun. That doesn't work in video games, sorry. And if it means that you can't camp locations and just free dick on people because they want to play the game somehow, and even make it out of the dock and maybe even make it into their dock, which is meant to be safe space in the game, the mass can go to literally, but you literally have missions bringing you to Grim X. Because it's a neutral base. It's never been a criminal only location. It's always been neutral. It's a neutral base, guys. You might be able to go, oh, it's owned by Ninetales, but no Ninetales are there to do anything about it. Bruto barely fucking does anything now because it doesn't work. You have an empty shell of a location, and from the very beginning, before you could even warp to Grimhex, it's always been neutral. Because criminals would always spawn at Port Olisar and have to blind warp to that point, right? But again, they were always neutral. If you were a bounty hunter, you could always go to Levski, because Levski is a mining facility. And Grim Hex is a mining facility. It's not places like Spider. Spider is like the Tortuga in Star Citizen, but we won't be getting that solar system for a while. I can't even remember what solar system Spider is in. That place, I would expect CIG never to let bounty hunters in. But how the hell do you tell what a bounty hunter is when there's no comrade? You see where I'm getting at? The game is literally designed around, if you are in a non-comrade area, you're classed as neutral. The only problem is bounty hunters can shoot you, and if you try to protect yourself at Grim Hex shoots you because of the stupid aggression system. Not because of how bad the turrets are. Again, go 10 kilometers away and there we go. Yeah, I would agree on that. But again, this is where we are talking about the logical side of the game, B-Berry, versus CIG's developers, who are not logical. But again, Levski is still going to shoot people, Seiko, if it aggresses. There will be no difference to Levski than there is to Grim Hex, or any pyro station. There is no station that protects you right now. The only place that protects you is if you have a high headhunter status and you go to a headhunter outpost. You can literally go there. But the quick fix is not going to Spectrum here and crying about it. The quick fix is just removing the bounty hunter flag, and that's it. Because every location is going to be designed, and you can clearly see that's where CIG is going, to make it where people have a safe space regardless of what's going on. You have high reputation, it already works in Pyro. It doesn't work in Pyro stations for some reason, because every station is governed by headhunters. Not headhunters, sorry. Rough and Ready. If you've noticed that. Every station in Pyro is rough and ready. Even fucking, what's it called? So there's no way to flip it around to your reputation yet. And again, yeah, I would completely agree. Make Grimhex Ninetales only reputation or you can't enter. So before you start doing the blue missions or trading missions for Grimhex, you have to go and get Ninetales reputation. Then 100% agree, make it where those turrets only shoot, right? But the problem is, we are talking about CIG. And CIG are never going to give us those type of mechanics for a long, long time. So what's the easiest fix? High rep with Ninetales locks you out of bounty hunter contracts? What, you mean like the old, what, but then wouldn't that just be like criminal, where for example you can't get these missions to begin with anyway? Because I would completely agree, if you had high headhunter reputation and they owned a station, if you were rough and ready, they would shoot you on sight. Literally shoot you on sight without aggression. Then, if you had high Ninetales reputation at Grimhex, if you didn't have that reputation, you would get shot on sight by the turrets. 100% agree on that. Yeah. So the easiest fix right now to make it where you can't just free dick it at these locations is remove the bounty hunter status that protects you at Grimhex, right? But the problem is, if you do that, it means that Seraph and all these other locations will be removed as well, which I'm completely fine with. Because how often is a criminal shooting people at these locations anyway, right? Not that often. You've just got to remove it where when you open your doors at Grimhex, somebody can't put you into prison. If you manage to get into your hangar at Grimhex, somebody can't put you into prison. Somebody who has your bounty on them can't enter your hangar full stop. These are all the changes that need to come before you add reputation. Because I guarantee you CIG will invert it, where instead of Ninetales to get into Grimhex, they'll make it where you have to be high level in bounty hunting with Seraph. And Seraph will be inverted as well, where you have to be Ninetales. That's what I'm expecting from CIG. Because they never release anything. They never release anything. So again, going back to the topic, people screaming for turrets to just be removed does not solve the issue. Because there are more issues at foot. I will literally be able to undock an Idris and vaporize everyone that comes out of the dock of Star Citizen, or Grimhex, and then comes into that space without any complications, as it used to be. That doesn't work for the current state of the game, because Grimhex, like it has been from the very beginning, and this is coming from somebody that's played every single fucking model of this game for 13 years, literally Grimhex has never been a criminal-only location. It's been neutral. The same as Levski was neutral. The same as we used to have that station near Microtech for Thingybob that was neutral. You remember that? There used to be 2 Microtech stations for Xenofret, and one of them was neutral. And then CIG got rid of all that shit. I got a feeling that most people who are crying about it are the ones that don't actually play the game, but instead boot the game, spawn ships, well, there's not everyone. Like, again, B-Berry's wanting a certain situation, but I know for a fact that B-Berry's not sitting on the undock, slavering and fucking shooting everyone that comes out. That's not my problem that I have, right? It's the fact that I have a video of those turrets vaporizing a full working Idris in 33 seconds. Because if you don't have that power, literally, you will have people camping the dock in their stupid solo fucking Idrises that CIG have caused with solo fucking PDCs, and we just go into a plethora of fucking problems. So until somebody at CIG takes this by the rein and makes a reputation system that's logical and works for the verse, which was what we're talking about, or makes it where you can't solo in a fucking Polaris or an Idris and do all that other bullshit, even with fucking alts, makes it more difficult. We have to have these turrets in the game. We have to. Because it'll go barmy if it doesn't. We have the Perseus coming out literally next month, or this patch, or whatever it is. These locations will be covered in Perseuses fucking clapping everyone. And CRG are already worried, as Tumblr was saying, they're already worried that these fucking guns might be too strong, or they need to buff them or do something with it. Because they probably in-tested the Perseus, where it fucking one-bangs a Cutlass or Connie. Which I'm fine with, to be honest. But again, they're very low-crewed big ships. You bring 3 people in the Perseus until engineering is in, and that's a very dangerous ship. Yeah, I know, there's non-bone versions, yeah. I just wish they had the cladding on them. I wish you could, like, in the future, like this gun here, you could repair it back to factory stock, like, you know what I mean? Like they have in CSGO, where you can get, like, what's it called? Factory and, like the best of the best, basically. I would love a gameplay like that. Because that would allow player market as well, where I've got factory, made guns that you have to craft yourself, and they would sell, like, you know, you could have weapons dealing then. It would be really, really cool. And maybe it has, like, your signature if you craft it and stuff. I can't remember what it's called. Field tested in CSGO? CSGO 2 field. I never played CSGO, so I can't remember the status of them. Yeah, it's like here, right? You've got battle scarred, battle worn, field tested, minimal wear, factory new. I think factory new is like the best of the best, right? I would love it if you could build a gun back to like factory new, and then you could only, like, you could sell that to players for like mega money. Because I just don't like the stripped down guns and stuff. So again, for the time being, it's not that I want to take fun away from people at Grimhex or who want to roleplay as Ninetail enthusiasts and stuff. That's not my intention. My intention is, in the current state of this janky-ass game, to prevent the bullshit that will happen at Grimhex if you remove the turrets. They just need to make it where bounty hunters do not have free reign. Like everyone should have. And then when they eventually get into the reputation, because there is only a few locations in the verse that have reputation location stuff, which is if you have headhunters or children, whatever the fuck. And outposts on Pyro 4 can be where if you've got high children, the turrets will never shoot at you if you shoot at somebody, but the turrets will shoot at them if they shoot at you. You can then land without getting gunned down and stuff. But if you're on the opposite faction, the moment you approach, you get vaporized by the turrets without even being allowed to land. This needs to be in every fucking part of the game, but you would then have where people would go to here, and this would be where you have to have it as neutral so that they will defend you but not attack you, and then here is where they protect you at all times, right? This is what CIG needs to design in the game. And then you could have Ninetails, children, Xenofret. Because I would love to side with Xenofret. I would love to join the racists in the video game who are against aliens. I would love to have that because I would like to have Xenofret armor. But you can't join the races. You can't join, what are they called? Frontier Fighters. So Frontier Fighters, for me, is the best organization in the game. They literally kill everyone for no reason. Just for the fucking sake of it. It's perfect for my style of gaming. But again, you need to have reasons for these things, right? So again, you make it where you're hostile. The turrets would shoot at you. Neutral. They would only protect you if you're shot at by somebody. Then you would have to work down these reputations, you know? Make standing grain again. Exactly. But the problem is, and as I'm saying with everyone in chat, we don't have these cool mechanics. And we're never going to get these cool mechanics for a long time, because from what I've heard, there's no fucking stuff coming for reputation whatsoever. You can't flip stations like we were told. Pyro, you were meant to flip the stations. So all the stations in Pyro are all rough and ready owned. Which is stupid. Because again, we shouldn't even be able to go to, what's it called? Because it's meant to be, and quote, Xenofret owned up at Terminus. But you can go there even though you're not sided with the thing. Because it's classed right now in the game as a neutral base. Because we don't have the ability to have criminal or blue bases. We only have neutral. But the reason why you get shot at the, like, Seraph and stuff is because they automatically go for criminal sided. But they would have to remove so much to make it only criminal sided as defending you if they were making it Grim Hex. That means they would have to remove all the neutral side of it. Turrets and lawless zones are only for unskilled pilots. Yeah. Again, you can see videos of Virgil taking on like 5-7 people or whatever, and he claps them like Avenger 1 would do and stuff like that. But if you have 4 people that know what they're doing and you're by yourself, it doesn't matter how good you are in the game, you die. The game is literally one-sided now, where you have the ability to fight people that don't understand the game, but the moment that they have some iota of teamwork, there's nothing you can do. Exactly, Nix. Exactly. I'm doing well, Nero. Thanks for asking. Disappointed with the Stinger, but they can still make it better. SC is a social game when it comes to PvP, always has been, yeah, but the change of scope of game is again changing to what we know. I remember the days where you could only get fuel at one location, B-Berry, which was the Cry Astro. Now you can get fuel everywhere in the game. Now they're going to be making instances to make it easier for the game. The game is changing to where you either ride it or you leave it. But you will never be able to dictate it into a way that makes it where it's like, well, this is a dangerous place, it shouldn't have defense against anything. And I disagree. It should have defense against its people, and that's it. And the group skill ceiling has dropped as well as Julian. And the group flight skill... Well, I like that as well. Like, if you're tactical, you can string people out and do certain things. I think if CIG ever removed these stupid pilot ranges from like 1800 speed and just made every gun sort of like 500, I think you would get really cool teamwork gameplay. Because it would force you to have to get close to your target before you can help out. Which means if somebody gets stringed out and the other team is a lot faster, you know. But yeah, that's also another point that you have to understand. It doesn't matter what we had in the past. At the end of the day, you can clearly see CIG are making this game and Squadron 42 for not people like us. You have to understand that. It's not for people like us anymore. You just have to ride with whatever we're given. Because they make blind sure, like, they don't push things out for people that want to do stuff. Every time there's something good with pirating, they nerf it. Because they don't want that shit. For whatever fucking reason. And then they'll have people like Bolt saying, I'm a PvP guy, when he clearly isn't. He'll get 360'd by the worst player in the game. Stinger feels like they stole it. Yeah, exactly. The Stinger... That's my biggest worry with the Stinger when it first came out, is that's the stats from Squadron 42 Stinger. So it means that every ship you're fighting in Squadron 42 is exactly like that video we saw. They're barely fucking moving. Only to who adopt, yeah. Again, I am 100% down for people to be pirated, NPCs to pirate players. I'm 100% down for locations to protect you depending on reputation. But in the current state of the game, you can't have it where you get everything like we used to do. We have too many players now. We're not fighting against 30 people total on the server type deal. We're not flying around in 15 FPS at SPK anymore. Okay, with fucking SLI Titans. We're not having to learn how to warp to Grim Hex because of whatever. And the moment you come outside of Grim Hex, you get shot in the face. Because unfortunately, CIG are changing the scope constantly of this game. And you either adapt with it or you quit. CIG are not giving any other people that any other choice than that. Well, that's a true point of looking at it, Coolers. If these sketchy places didn't have any defenses, they would be mowed over by the first EUU or mercenary group that came rolling up on it. Yeah, exactly. So, lore accurate, it makes sense. The problem is that if you want to go lore accurate, CIG has to make the game lore accurate as well as making up the lore. So when you go, oh, Grim Hex is a criminal location because it's owned by Ninetales. Why are there no Ninetales there protecting their location? Why are there missions that you get for other corporations inside Grim Hex? You know? It doesn't make any sense because CIG don't know how to fucking build that kind of stuff yet. And when they do, everything can be changed then. But you can't just suddenly go, alright, let's remove turrets from here, there. Wait till people start getting clapped at Dupree in the next patch. Nobody's even complaining about that. Everyone's complaining about Grim Hex. Wait till you can't go to Dupree because you're getting one banged by fucking guns and missiles. Good luck dodging that shit. There's no more Dupree missions? Oh, they've actually removed it, have they? Wait till they build like a Hathor site that has defenses. What are people gonna do when turrets are there? You literally have CIG making a mission system for that strike group that is based around turrets vaporizing capital ships. There's another thing CIG could add in, right? Hear me out on this. You could take away the turrets, but make it where there's anti-capital guns on Grim Hex. And if you aggress with your capital ship, you get vaporized. If you leave and come as you go, no problem. There you go. I've solved Grim Hex by just changing the turret style. That way you can kill people freely without any problems. But if you do it in a capital ship, which is the major problem in the game, with all these solo fucking Idrises everywhere. I swear, like, every server I go to has like 5 or 6 solo Idrises. It's bonkers. But those anti-turrets were also taken away from Squadron 42. If I remember the animation, right? Here. I'm pretty sure it's the laser beam that you see in Squadron 42. That, like, vaporizes the thing. Where is it? No, not that one. Further back. Yeah, here. There it is.
All gunners, take out that.
That's it there.
All gunners,
So they basically just taken that,
take out that.
taken the housing off it and slapped it on. I don't know why they just didn't slap the housing on it or something. It looks so silly where it's just a little wonky turret saying on it. But hopefully they can model it up before we actually get it. What's that see here, General? I don't think this is my take on capital ships. No capital ship should have pilot controlled weapons, including PDCs or missiles. You should have a weapon station that controls the PDCs. You can either make them free reign or you can focus fire to take down turrets and missiles instantly, right? By switching out. Maybe there's a timer between switching target or whatever. The Idris should not be pilot shot, as far as I'm concerned. It needs to be a gunner station. You literally have a weapon station to the right, second chair, that has the ability to use the remote turret camera on the top of the Idris. There's so many things you could add in. Then with the Polaris, for example, you make it where the turret station, the missile station does the torpedo firing, PDC control, and the remote turrets for missiles, giving it multiple things to do at once. Because again, the Perseus literally doesn't have pilot-controlled weapon systems. It'll have the missiles, right? It's the same as I don't think the Hammerhead should be able to, the pilot should be able to fire missiles. Javelin doesn't have pilot-controlled weaponry system. Oh my god, wait. Are people literally complaining about paint? You know it's bad when people are complaining about concept colors to release colors. Again, there's many things that can happen in Star Citizen, but the simplest things are the things we need the most right now. Not CIG spending 6 months dictating on things. Oh, here we go. Letty with the difference between mountains and sandcastles. I know. Again, I just can't even read these threads. It's fucking moronic. Oh yeah, the game needs safe spaces. But here's the other thing, right? One of the simplest things that needs to be done is when you open up your door in any hangar, that shield in front of the air shield should stop any shots and anybody getting through that area. Just like it is in EVE Online, the moment you undock should be the danger. When you decide to go out of the dock, you're like, shit, it's dangerous as fuck. The problem is, though, in Star Citizen, before you can even get to that undock stage and go, shit, you're dead. Because people can just shoot into hangars or ram you or do any of these things. The simplest thing is making that air bubble non-passable unless you're in the same group, and you can't shoot through it regardless of shooting out or shooting in. That solves one major problem in every fucking location right now, because you need to have a safe space in this game. If your hangar is your persistent world that you set up all these things, the last thing you need is somebody able to come in and just fuck around with it as much as they want. But CIG don't understand this. They've built this system without even considering that somebody is going to shoot somebody through the hangar door. And that's very worrying, that nobody at the company even thought about this. They're like, oh, yo, Dave, you know that new instance, it joins the main server fucking hangar thing that everyone's circle jerking and Chris is fucking doing cartwheels about? What happens if somebody shoots on the outside whilst you're trying to load your ship up? You know? It's fucking stupid that nobody even thought about that at the company. It's just crazy shit. Pyro is safer than Stanton. Yeah, Nyx is going to be safer than Pyro. Like, I don't think people realize how big Nyx is. Where is my thingy bob for Star Citizen? Applications. I need tools. 3D map. To the Ark. To the Ark. I acknowledge and continue. Let me enter the Ark. Nyx. Look at it. It's fucking massive. Look at that. It is the only spawn location in Nyx. It is the only station in Nyx, is Levski. Where are you? There she is. Alright. So there's Delamar. There's where Nyx is going to be. And let's see the Pyro Gate. Go on. Let me zoomy. There we go. Let me zoomy. No, there. Let me zoom out. Motherfucker. Can I oh god, am I gonna have to do this the other way? Let me out. Back. God damn it. Delamar is sticky. We can't use Delamar. Let's do routes, okay? So we're gonna depart from Delamar. Sorry, no, Levski. Landing zone next. And we're gonna go to Nyx 1, right? Nyx 1. Calculate. Ship size, small. Calculate. Alright? It's 0.9 AU because literally CIG, for some reason, use MS. So we're gonna do AU to meters, right? So here we go. We're gonna do 0.9. So, oh god, to kilometers actually. No, what do we need? Gigameters, right? Fucking gigameters. Yeah, we need gigameters, right? Or kilometers. Let's do km. Okay, we'll do this one. 0.9, right? So that is the distance just to fucking Nyx 1, right? Just to go from here to here is that distance. Giga mummies, yeah, that's it. 0.9 AU. And obviously CIG could change this, right? Let's do here. To Pyro. And we're gonna go from... Let's change this, right? So we're gonna go from... I don't think this thing has the stations in it, does it? So let's do Monarchs. To Pyro 1, right? No, Pyro 1. Pyro 1, yeah. Sorry, chat. Calculate. 0.33 AU, right? There we go. So, you can already see the difference from going from here to here, right? To... God, we gotta go back to Nyx. Back to Nyx. No, back to Nyx. Oh, you son of a bitch. There. Compared to flying from here to here, right? Which is an inner ring. Like, Nyx is monstrous. They said it was like, what, 17 AU for Pyro, and Stanton is 9. Let's see the exact distance across, and that will give us it. So we're gonna go from, yeah, because we can't do it. We're gonna do Nyx free. Oh, it's been evil, chat. Nyx free. You gotta do it this way to please it, apparently. And we're wanting to go to Nyx. Can we actually select the ring? Yeah, here we go. That is 18 AU across. Just there, right? 18 AU across. But also I don't know if it's actually going to that point. I don't think I can actually... Oh, fuck. I don't think I can actually move that. I'm imagining New York City will be like old school style. Oh, Nyx, you mean? Alright, cool. Yeah. The point being is that, like, Nyx itself has a more cluster area around it compared to Pyro. But from this distance to here is the 18 AU, right? So Nyx is just slightly bigger than Pyro. From, again, I've only got the reference to go from here to here, apparently, going with the map system. So you've got a lot more clustered around here, but it's still a very big system. And we're meant to be getting the Pyro Gate, and I don't know where they're going to do it where it connects to Stanton. I could only imagine it'll be the Castra Gate they'll use instead. Probably easier, right? Because you'll have the Pyro Gate to Nyx, Castra, yeah. I would imagine that's probably the easiest way to do it, since that would be the long route. Because eventually down the line, you're not going to be able to go from Stanton to Pyro in your capital ship. You'll have to go Stanton, Terra, Hadrian, Castra, or Stanton, Terra, Castra, and then to Pyro. If they keep to this system. Again, this is just all the stuff that was put down from the very beginning, but you can see here, large route is in the blue line, small is in the little purple, and green is medium. And then you can see all the faction shit that was meant to fucking happen in this game and all the other jazz, right? This was all built around the lore of the game at the very beginning, and then it connects to the Arc map. So with Arc map, you can see what CIG envisioned and all that jazz, right? So Nyx is very big, but again, it's very far to get to like Delamar from certain points, apart from like the Castra gates and stuff like that. But I love it. Like, again, you are in a very dangerous place where fuel is going to be super important. So this is where, like, if you see CIG bringing out the Idris and the Polaris that can refuel fighters, for example, this makes Nyx really, really good. Because you only have one truck stop location, and if they make it where not many outposts on the ground, if there are any outposts, Nyx is definitely like the place that we would want where like base building for players to be the first sort of thing. Because there's so many refuel points for some reason in Pyro, and Stanton is just clustered, right? Can you share links to the post? What are you wanting from? On Spectrum? Or are you wanting this one? This is old. Again, this is just this could be whatever. This stuff is the first blueprint of the verse. Where you could refuel. Yeah, completely agree. But also at the same time is when somebody's working on that, ask somebody at CIG to fix fucking Starfares. Let's hope bedlog off and you and your crew will be working when Nyx comes. Same, dude. Same. But then, again, if you think of it, by the time we get Nyx, right, you've got the Perseus, you've got the Polaris, you've got the Idris, the Hull C, Hammerhead, Carrick. There's a lot of big ships that can move people around. I just don't think you're going to be able to move around as freely in a fighter. I really wish CIG had kept it where a fighter couldn't travel from the Stanton Gate and Pyro all the way down to Castra, kind of stuff. Liberator, yeah. Yeah, hopefully we get Liberator. But Alright, next one. Let's have a look. Thank you for finally adding instance dungeons, and no, it doesn't ruin PvP gameplay. Completely agree. You've got Tarkov maps that are all instances, yet people get on fine with it. Plus, you can go in as a solo player, and you can maybe avoid PvP by learning to be better, right? I think people are worried that they're going to turn like Grim Hex into an instance, and guess what? They are, because it was always planned for this way to be the case. Because CIG eventually want to do the EVE Online route, right? And the EVE Online route is having one massive system that runs off multiple servers, and you get sharded no matter where you go, basically, right? But to begin with, it'll be whatever you do on EU sticks on EU, whatever you do on NA sticks on NA, blah, 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 and they will maybe mesh it down the line, or maybe stay as regional. But if you have a server with 1,000 people, and 1,000 people are going to Grim Hex, you need to make it where it's an instance space of Grim Hex, or it doesn't work. The game is not designed to have 600 people turning up at Grim Hex right now. Just do it. Literally go on a server with 600 people, find 600 people, 250, and all go to Grim Hex and all try and land at the same time. Good luck. Good luck. None of these locations were designed in mind for many people. So the idea that when you warp out of Grim Hex to say Yella, you are server meshing to a different server, and if that server is full, you would be instanced into another server. So people need to understand, like Letty and all the other people, you were never going to be just free reigning around dicking and stuff. And CIG also want to add it into where, for example, if you're flying around in an Aurora, you don't ever turn up at a fucking gate camp with 20 fucking Idrises. You know? Just make more hangars. It doesn't work that way, sadly. You can add as many hangars as you want. It wouldn't change the queuing. Look at Elite Dangerous, for example. Elite Dangerous stations have incredible amount of landing spots. But even the going in and out is a fucking conga line. Right? Could you imagine Star Citizen backers who have the mentality of a fucking 2-year-old doing a conga line to get in? I enjoy that in Elite Dangerous. I like going in my line and being like, cool, you know? Some little ships will fly past you and get in faster. That's cool bean. But I'm not going to fucking power slide my Corvette or whatever past people just to save on a few seconds if you just stay in the line. But I can guarantee you, because most people who are backing Star Citizen don't have that mentality, that everyone would just collide into each other and it would be an absolute fucking mess. The easiest way is to make it where you don't have that amount of people turning up at one location. Or you'll eventually get it where it says you cannot warp to Grim Hex because you are 200 in the queue to enter Grim Hex. That's what CIG will either do. They'll either make it where you can't warp to the location, or they'll make it where when you warp, if it fills up, multiple things happen, right? Oh, it would be horrible. It would be horrible if it was like Jita in EVE Online. But even EVE has blockers. You can't enter Jita's solar system sometimes if there's too many people inside. And it doesn't happen often, but they do have that measure where you come to the gate and it literally says you cannot jump. So I'm completely fine with CIG doing instance gameplay. Because I also don't want to fly in down the line into like fucking, I'm just roaming around and by myself walk into a fleet fight of like 200 versus 200 and I can't get through because the lag is fucking mental to go and do my storyline mission because whoever is blocking it, you know what I mean? They're having their fight and that's cool, they can have their fight, but you need to make it where everyone has a chance to play this game. You can't make it like EVE Online because EVE Online has structure involved. You have a queue system, you have time dilation, you have it where the server engineers will boost a server that you're on to accommodate, like if you've got 1,000 versus 1,000. You literally have a guy waking up in fucking Iceland going, shit, they're having a fight. They said it was going to be in a couple of hours, but it's prematurely attacked and they're fucking booting up the juice on the server to make it handle even more people, allow more people in, because that's what EVE does. I can't see CIG ever having a system like that though. It's more easier to make it where if there's 200 people in Grim Hex, you warp to a new Grim Hex. And anybody that complains about something like that doesn't understand the magnitude of having 200 people at once turn up at Grim Hex. Because this is a completely different type of game. It's not just me and my character turning up in like an EVE Online. It's me and fucking whatever other asset data that's inside. This is why you'll never have a global server. You'll always have it in the future where whatever you do on America stays on America, whatever you do on EU stays on EU. If people think this is going to be any other way, they're fucking kidding themselves. The moment that you have an economy, there's no fucking way it's running like what people have in their head. No way. It's too much data. And we're already bogged down before they even start. Like, look how slow servers get within like a week of data in the game. And assets lying around and stuff. It goes from a smooth sailing game to like 2 weeks later where you might as well just not play because it gets bogged down. Now imagine you've got people's bases assets. You've got... Oh god, I don't even want to think about the amount of data that would be required. Because also with instance gameplay, it means that, for example, like say for example, you're on a DGS of Grim Hex, and that DGS is malfunctioning, you can move everyone to a different instance of Grim Hex on a different server, bring down that DGS and reboot it. Which means that you should technically never get more than a few seconds of 30k nonsense. Dude, like, base building and all the assets involved, I generally, like, it's not to be a Debbie Downer, right? I really want this game to be a success, but when you look at it from a data point of view, they are making this game too complicated for what we have right now. In like 10 years' time, sure. We probably have all the systems in place and stuff like that, but I will be very impressed if CIG have it where you connect to EU or you're connecting to EU Shard 1, EU Shard 2. And like it was in Dune Awakening, I think that's how it will go, personally. And you'll have some places in Star Citizen where the shard you're on can connect to other people in the shard. Like with the Deep Desert is. But I'm pretty sure CIG will go this route as well in the future. For base building, where not everyone can be, like, you can't have 200 people turning up at your outpost kind of thing. I'm pretty sure CIG will go with the Dune Awakening style. It makes sense, personally. I want to ask, do you think Star Citizen would be better if we never got Planet Tech? I don't think Planet Tech, because again, you can put a DGS server to every single planet in the game. It would be very costly, but you can. And that means that at any given time you could have 600 people on, say, Yela. and it would work. The problem is then is you would have to instance off different locations because 600 people at say Jumptown. Oh no, Jumptown's no longer on Yella. All right, Daymar. Daymar's a DGS on a shard. 600 people can enter that DGS, right? You would have to make it where Jumptown has instance-based gameplay because 600 people at Jumptown would be 0 frames, no matter how good the PC or how good the server is. It would be too much for the game. But I don't think Planet Tech is the problem. It's the fact that, if you think about it, John, I'm a box as a character holding another box. And in that box is a box, aka the gun, and the drink bottles. I'm carrying that box into a rover, which is another box. That rover drives into the back of a Corsair, which is another box. Then there are multiple boxes stacked in each other, and then that box is flying around a box on the planet, which then is connected to a bigger box, which is the solar system. It's a fucking nightmare of assets moving around and having to be pinpointed in one location, right? It's SE, we believe in miracles. Sure, one day, I'll know, one day. I don't believe in miracles until I see it actually happening. But it's crazy when you think of the amount that's involved in Star Citizen. And then here's the kicker. Mr. fucking Roberts wants you to leave all those boxes in the box, and you can come back to that box at any given time whenever you want, and it doesn't disappear. And I'm just like, why? Why do I want to squirrel something in this game? It's too much. So, would this game be better without PlanetSide? Probably. But then you would have a less in-depth video game, and you would probably start ending up a bit like Elite Dangerous. Elite Dangerous is an ocean the depth of a swimming pool, and Star Citizen in its current format is a swimming pool the depth of an ocean. And I think if you took away planets, you would just be back to Elite Dangerous. Just with less billions of solar systems and nothing really to do. Planets make this game and stuff like that, but if you even look at Nyx, for example, Nyx only has 3 planets. One you can't go to because it's a gas giant. The second one is going to be very dangerous. Cool beans. It's a bit like Pyro 1 in Pyro. And then you're going to have Nyx 1, which is basically like Bloom or whatever location. Lovely place, great big amount of space to build bases and never really affect other players. Especially since it looks like it's going to be the size of like Microtech or even bigger. Then you've got Delamar and all the places around it, which instead of having the backdrop of a planet to fight in, you've got a lot more space combat because there's nothing worse than fighting in space with no backdrop. It's just really, really fucking boring. Even if you make the skybox good, you like all these little bits floating around in front of you. So Nyx offers lots of illumination and lots of bits floating around, rocks spinning, and it gives you that backdrop and it doesn't make it boring. So if CIG were to remove planets and never have gone with that way, they would have had to make it where you basically have lots of cool space backdrops, little alleyways and pockets in space, nebulas that give you something to do. And that already costs a shit ton in the fucking system anyway. So who cares about a fucking planet that's on another DGS? Yeah, exactly. So the game has to come with instances, right? So when you have people like Letty who clearly are not smart enough to understand what CIG are doing and making a blah about worried about PvP and open world and shit, your game was always going to be instance anyway, regardless of them bringing this out. CIG literally said 5 or 6 years ago, we are going to be developing instances for this video game. Because if we want to increase the scope of the game, which is what they did, we have to have it where we can't have a station that can house 500 people and have 500 docks. But if you look at Levski, for example, it's a new facility that CIG have built Because if you remember, the old school Levski only had landing pads to land on, and it had, what, 2 or 3 fucking main hangars to actually go into. But if you see the new Levski, for example, in their video, no joke, I clocked about 20 fucking places to land. And not just land, but store your ship. Because they've got it where it goes all the way down through the system here. I'll show you, right? Also, shit,
Been attacking. There's a debris field.
So here we go. They've actually, whoever at
Lots
CIG
of
put in the chapters,
industrial
thank you so
pipes
much.
And transport.
So here we go,
Next.
right?
Actual video roads to culminate.
Now remember, old Delamar, for the amount of people that were on the server, which was 30 to 50 players at one given time back in the day, before they removed Delamar and Levski, Levski had 3 big hangars and landing pads where you could go and just land and walk in.
This
Let's try and
specific
clock how
point
many we've
to
got
make
here, right?
Large, explorable location. It's
Enhance.
Immediate out of an charm.
Enhance.
Dramatic.
Right, so here we go from the start. We have a landing pad. We've got 1. Sorry, let's go with the landing pads first. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that I can already clock landing pads here. We've then got 1 hangar and then these. So 2, 3, 4 hangars there.
Borehole that goes all the way through the asteroid.
Right?
You will also see
And here you can see then, look how many, as it burrows down, hangars, chat. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, probably 11, 12 in the first ring alone. Tell me anywhere else in Stanton and Pyro has that amount of docks, right?
growing out from there.
Last time I landed at Levski, it was Pad Ramming Hill. Yeah, exactly. So we've got 7 landing pads,
and
because there's
alongside.
the front of Levski. If anybody remembers the old school Levski, you would come out here, spawn your land vehicles here, and you would drive down this way. Now that's been removed, right? And then you would come here, there was a landing pad, the gym was up here, and you would drive around the ring to another landing pad that would allow like 600i or something to land. Because you couldn't land a carrack here. So we have 1 XL hangar here for capitals, and then we have 1, 2, 3 for XL landing ships here, right? Because that's a reclaimer landing there. If I remember correctly, the reclaimer needs an XL landing pad. So we have XL landing pads and an XL hangar. We then have Constellation-sized landing pads here, which connect to the front door. You then have a plethora of places that you could just ditch in, but we also have what I think 12 to 15 in the first ring alone,
Levski.
right?
There will be
So you have a massive spaceport compared to anything else we have in the game, because CIG have learned over the years that if you're going to have like 600 players returning to a location, you need to have multiple fucking hangars. So who's to say they don't go back and fix Grim Hex? But the question is there ever going to be 600 people landing at Grim Hex at one?
landing pads.
Only
along
metrics would be
what
able
I
to
call
show
the
you that.
spine.
You then have here, right? So say we have 12 in the ring alone and you've got the XL. So that's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 hangars.
Lots of industrial pipes and transport systems to bring out the refined mining materials when it was a mining station.
I love this tram with the
Before
cargo.
we were using an
So
actual
fucking
planet,
sick.
so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
And then down here in the core, right? There's more hangars down here. As they go down,
we
they
took the whole
showed you.
shot
This is where
of
the hull C's and shit are
the
going to go.
asteroid, you will see that
Look.
there is an area to fly underneath.
Look at this, all this.
We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay.
So you've got all this possibility of extra hangar space.
So this is
because again, it's still work in progress,
cargo
right?
elevators. So as
Cargo elevators. So they're thinking you're going to have, if you look at it, possibly 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 8 Hull C's can park here. That's how big this place is. If this is cargo, right, and you've got 1 to 8, and they're
The
talking
team,
about hull
you will be
Cs,
able
this
to
could be
load
designed
and
around.
unload.
Look how fucking tiny, chat, the hull C is compared to this. Obviously, it's not fully transformed, but this whole fucking place is monstrous in compared to whatever we have in the game.
There's a lot more movement on the
Look at it.
exterior, such as the cargo trains going around tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways around the main landing zone, kind of go wherever place.
Next app data.
But we've had
Yes, I think
put
they
it
show you now.
that we so.
So again, on a rough guess,
just had a break.
you have 8 Hull C docks at Levski, and you have between 15 to 20 hangars to land at. Then you have 7 landing pads that I've seen, unless you include the ones around the dock of the Hull C's and stuff. That is insane compared to what it used to be. And that's CIG planning for multiple people to turn up at one time and do things.
Improving the generation method of those
Because
asteroids.
look how broken it is when you turn up at Orison, and we have, I think, 7 in total XL hangars, and you can only basically use 1 or 2 of them just now. I think it's like 6 or 7. If you look at it, it's like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, maybe like 4 to 6 XL hangars. But you never see like a gazillion fucking capitals coming at once, because I think CIG wants to eventually get it to the point where you're not just always coming back to leave your Idris back in the station, you know what I mean? Where it'd be more like in deep space and all these other things. That's what I would expect from CIG. But again, there's no other facility we have in our current state of game that is on this scale. And even at this scale, if you have 600 people on the server turning up, you would have to have an instance of Levski. So everyone that's complaining about instances, you have to understand, without it, there is no game. You can't have 600 people turning up at Siege of Orson. You can't have 600 people turning up at Hathor. You can't have 600 people turning up at the single instance of ASD. It will never work in this game. And CIG said something which blows my mind. They're raising it to 1,000. Where was it here? There was something I read where they're raising the player cap to 1,000. Maybe it was in the CitizenCon Direct site. Let me have a look. There was something I saw somewhere where CIG were talking about it. I'll need to try and find it again. There we go here. So SitCon announcement. It wouldn't be in the patch though. I'll need to try and find it. But there was something where they were talking about it. It's alright. I think it's alright for stations and some missions, but there still needs to... They need to keep the sandbox. Oh yeah, completely. Completely. Like again, you want to be able to intercept... So, the way I like to look at it is, you want to have it where, for example, say you're a pirate and you're wanting to pirate people traveling from one area to another. You should be able to intercept them. And where you're at would be an instance, basically. So that it would fill up to a certain degree. The only thing I was able to find was a tech preview. Yeah, I read some document, I'll need to go through it all, where they're looking into with Nix increasing to 1,000 players on the server. And that's next year, not this year. I'll try and find the information that I found again. It was written somewhere. I read something on the CIG website, and it was like, we're going to be increasing to 1,000. But they might have removed it. But I definitely saw something about them talking about it. And it wasn't the tech preview and stuff. But that's the thing, is they want to eventually, the goal is, in CIG, is 2,500 people per shard is the goal for 1.0. And I have a feeling they'll probably get maybe in between halfway, like 1,500 or something. But it all depends on dynamic meshing. Because again, that's the other thing that people are yet to freak out on. Dynamic server meshing. Which means that if, say for example, Letty and his team are in their own instance on a DGS, dynamically, you're not going to get everyone that travels across there. It would be where it takes into calculation is it's one person versus 30 gate camping, you're going to fly past and get on with your game. And yet, people are yet to freak out about this stuff. CIG literally want a ranking system in the game where a single player is not going to get violated by thousands of people doing other things. And again, this requires dynamic server meshing and instance based, where it will set you up to play the game. If you're one player by yourself versus one player, there's a different story, right? Thank you for the follows, guys. But it needs to come, like, massively, you know? Why are heavy fighters always left behind? I think people just need to wait until CIG actually decide where the flight model is going. I know the Stinger is like a pile of shit and stuff like that, and so is like the F8 and whatever, but I don't think CIG are designing ships for our current system anymore. And it just, when it comes in, because I remember like the team, Yogi and the team saying, don't worry too much about the blades. They're only going to really affect when we get the new flight model in. Instances fear a destruction of Star Citizen. CIG don't destroy the essence of Star Citizen. Dear developers, many in the community share a deep concern. A poor implementation of instance system could destroy the very soul of Star Citizen. The dream we all helped build. I get it, right? I get people have this dream, but I don't think people, you know what I mean? I don't think people have an understanding of what is involved, you know? Oh my god, Kashi, no, bad Kashi. No. Away with your nonsense. I do not want followers and bots and stuff in my channel. You're fine. Thank you. I think people just don't understand what is required to run a game like Star Citizen. Where they think that instances are going to remove all these decisions that you make. EVE Online has instances if you think about it. The moment you end up at a jump gate, for example, you have a choice to go into another instance of the game, in which we're going to call another solar system, or you don't. You have to give people that choice as well. But the difference is, when you are seeing the traffic of EVE Online versus like Star Citizen, 500 ships in EVE are about the same amount of data as like one fully crewed Idris in Star Citizen on the scale of data. There's so much data going through these places that you have to like sieve it out basically. Any large MMO I've played had instances. Yes, like even what's it called? Black Desert has instances. You phase in and out. Has anybody ever noticed that with Black Desert when they're playing it? You're running around the place and NPCs and players are phasing in and out depending on what's going on. They complain about instances like it's going to affect them at all. Like, bro, this game... Again, yeah, exactly, dude. But also, have you noticed that CIG said it's going to be exactly like we already instanced into our hangar, right? So you go from the server at Grimhex, at Seraph, and you go down into your hangar and you instance into your own hangar. We already have a basic form of instancing, yet nobody complains about that. You will never know you've gone into an instance if CIG do it correctly. You will arrive, you will instance into ASD area. You will then go into that ASD area, and when you go from your hangar, you will instance into what they will look at it. You will never know you've gone into it. And the only way they'll make it where it is they'll make it where when you first arrive to do the storyline, like in other games, you will go to the storyline version of the ASD facility. And after that, it will be a choice where you go to group, like on your, what's it called? The elevator will be like solo or group PvE and solo and group PvP. Yeah, phases in WoW. Every game has it. I generally don't understand how people are so naive to think that CIG are going to be able to run a game that has all this data where everyone can experience it all together and not have issues. We are not even at 1.0. Right, chat. I don't think we have more than 5,000 players at any given time of the day playing Star Citizen. I just don't believe it, right? With how many servers we've got. I don't think there's more than 5,000 at one given time. When this game is in high peak, the servers go to utter shit. Can you imagine what this game would be like if you didn't have instances, you didn't have server meshing, you didn't have dynamic server meshing, you didn't have a system that focuses people into one area at a time, and you have 10 to 30,000 players to 100,000 players at peak joining the game. Do you want to have a look at something here, right? So we're going to go to Steam charts. And we're going to go to here. And we're going to go Battlefield, right? If it brings up. Or I'll do here. There is 237,781 players playing Battlefield right now. Could you imagine what will happen if they tried to join the EU servers of Star Citizen? I can imagine exactly what it's going to look like in the current state of this game. The CIG offices and fucking Amazon would be on fire with alerts going off saying the whole game is collapsing. So for me, CIG spending some time dedicating their time to get server meshing, dynamic server meshing, and instance-based gameplay brought in line will prevent this from happening. Literally at one peak time of launch was 656,000 people in the world trying to play at one given second. That is nuts. Absolutely fucking nuts in Battlefield. And right now, for anybody that's not aware, to run the amount of servers we have, with the amount of people on the servers, with the regions we have, costs CIG around $250,000 a month to run. And we're not even in a release state, or we even have a high traffic game. I don't think people realize, who are making these threads, realize how much money it is to actually run Star Citizen if you were at full capacity. It's bonkers. And we will only ever be able to be at bonkers state if bonkers money is coming in. So for me, I'm fine with it. I do not own Dune Awakening, indicates that who left Dune were PvE players and who remain are PvP players. This should demonstrate that not only PvE players are interested in PvP and therefore it's not commonly viable. Oh, here we go. Whatever. Unnecessary remarks moving forward. Yes, again, Sunny coming in. Oh, chat. Lot of spicy. Spicy. Man, this dude really went hammed. Oh yeah, yeah. Those people got clapped pretty hard. I wonder what fantastic verbal abuse they've been typing. Instances will kill this game. Well, wasted 10 years. If I could get my money back and file a chargeback with my bank, I would. So what's the comparison, right? Because the majority of gamers are PvP players and enjoy competing with each other. Like, who the fuck is this? Order of the Dragon. My god. Open to almost 200 bears. Again, this is where somebody doesn't understand. Right? Rust. Rust doesn't have servers with over 600 people on it, if I'm correct. Who's a Rust player? How many players can you have on a Rust server at one given time, chat? Does anybody know? Nobody knows. None of these are MMOs, exactly. So he's comparing top games of players, Counter-Strike, that's instance-based gameplay, Dota 2, instance-based gameplay, Battlefield 6, instance-based gameplay, PUBG, instance-based gameplay, and Rust, instance-based gameplay. You know why? Because they're all on a separate fucking server, which makes it technically an instance of the world. There we go. This doofus cries about it, yet literally doesn't understand how servers work. You are showcasing a game that makes a match, makes a match, makes a match, makes a match. The whole world is a match. It's fucking bonkers. You can do 500 players on Rust. So again, we have more players in our server than there are on Rust, which has been an established game, fucking a fraction of the graphic intensity and other things that are involved in it, right? This person says the game is over because you compare this to this. This is a thing with Greasy Khaleesi as well. Greasy Khaleesi keeps bringing up this game as hardcore and that it needs to be a sandbox. But every time you compare any sandbox game, none of them have the scale that is going on with Star Citizen. You can't compare Rust, Ark, Dota, Call of Duty to fucking Star Citizen. It doesn't work. It's the same as Ark Raiders. It's always match base. Instances. If you think about it in the nitty gritty, you are in a main server hub and you instance into a match. An instance of the world. That's all that CIG is trying to do as well. What's the difference? It's the same flappy gum ship over and over and over again when people don't understand the scale of Star Citizen. If you want to have more people in this game, you have to funnel people around. I tried asking AI to estimate the server cost of SC. It had 500 player active, and it answered that it would be on a diamond server machine to cost more than at least $1 to $1.7 million a month. Yeah, it's fucking bonkers, right? Absolutely fucking bonkers. Now, ask it Crimson Knight how much it would cost without dynamic server meshing. Without. Because let's look at it this way. Let's find out how much would it cost. Right, we can easily do this. Rent Rust server. We'll do it ourselves, right? Anybody know a good renting service? I'll just do Shockbite, right? So let's see here. 100 gigabytes, 75 players, 18 a month, right? On Rust. 40 players, $11, right? $500 billion. So again, Rust is very easy to maintain. You've got basic assets, you can move things around, and you can destroy them, but at the end of the day, it's only 40 players on a server at any given time. Pornhub is a good... I'm not going to look up that one, right? But that's... When you compare Star Citizen to Rust, this is what Rust is, guys. right? 125 players, 12 gigabyte RAM, $30 a month, customize the plan. But this is what Rust is. Now, if you were to say Rust has the exact same stuff as Star Citizen, I would have to think you're crazy. Because can you walk around in a vehicle in Rust whilst holding an asset that has an asset in it that hasn't turned into like a database file? Because it's the same in Eve, right? Doesn't Rust servers have to reset daily? I don't know. I've never played Rust. It's one of the only few that I didn't get into just because it's not my thing. I played Ark and all that stuff. But my Ark server and my Conan server had to restart daily. Yeah, it did. With the amount of bullshit that was going on. But a Rust server is how big? Okay? So let's look at this way. How big is a Rust map? Do we have any images of it? Oh, here we go. So the size of a Rust map is determined by the server owner using the server world parameters, with typical size ranging from 2,000 to 6,000 meters. This dude is comparing games that have maps the size of 6,000 meters. The default map size is 3,500 meters. We nearly have spaceships as big as this map. The Idris is what? Or the Javelin is what? 900 or something? Or no, it's 350 meters. The Bengal is nearly 1,000 meters, right? So this game is 3 Bengals, give or take, worth in length. Back from Britain. Hey, Astral, how you doing, dude? I asked him between 10 to 20 million USD a month. Ugh. Again, I just generally don't think people understand what made, like, here's another thing, right? How much per month to run a WoW server? Let's see what it is. The cost of worldcast runs, so 50 concurrent players, estimated around 150, mid-tier servers for 500 players, $800 per month, while enterprise level servers handling 5,000 players exceed $15,000 a month. Sorry, 5,000. So a WoW server handling 5,000 players is 15,000 a month on an enterprise level server. Wow. World of Warcraft. Estimates for Blizzard own operational costs are much higher. For some, inferring a monthly cost of nearly $5 million based on daily estimates of $120,000 to $150,000 per daily to run. That's World of Warcraft, ladies and gentlemen. Right? And that's just obviously AI giving a rough estimate. But let's look at the 15,000. So say, for example, that's World of Warcraft. And you know what World of Warcraft is. It has nothing in the level of complexity as a game like Star Citizen. The next one is how much per month to run an Elite Dangerous server. This would be interesting if it actually could tell me. Oh, it does peer-to-peer. That's why. So here we go. Whilst estimates have been based on bandwidth usage, such as projecting 12,830 per month per server for 50,000 concurrent players at 20 kilobyte per second, yada, 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 right? There's no way we're going to find out like what the Star Citizen stats are in kilobytes and stuff unless CIG does that. So if one Elite Dangerous server is 12,830 per 50,000 concurrent players, and that's using peer-to-peer as well, that's a crazy amount of money, right? Hey Greg, how you doing, dude? SC star bases exceed maps, Rust maps by a couple folds, yeah. So when we go back to instances will kill this game, and this is the comparison that people are giving because they're angry that they think this MMO is going to no longer be their case, right? You have to understand there is a big difference in running a Rust server to an Elite Dangerous server to a WoW server. And if WoW is only 15,000 for 5,000 players, and it's 12,000 for 50,000 Elite Dangerous, what the fuck is it for 5,000 in Star Citizen? Because it's an insane amount of data. Because people don't realize what Star Citizen has involved. It's an asset in an asset in an asset in an asset in an asset moving around in another asset that's in a bigger asset. Hey, game that hiding, dude. We're basically right now, people are freaking out because CIG are releasing instances next year, Game Daddle, which brings all their storyline driven PvE content into an instance, and people are saying it's the end of the game. And they're comparing video games why PvP is important because Counter-Strike, Dota 2, Battlefield, Battlegrounds, and Rust are the highest players in thing. And they're comparing that the servers should be like that. When I'm showcasing that a game like World of Warcraft for 5,000 players costs Blizzard $15,000. Yeah, I know, Game Doll, yeah. I know. It's crazy. They say it's the end of the game because the game will have instancing. But for me, it just makes it better. Because you can go to a location, get the instance rich storyline PvE mode without janky NPCs, then you can go into the same place in solo co-op PvE division style gameplay, and then you can go into the same instance in PvP format, which has higher loot chance, the division dark zone, right? Yeah, Eve has instances as well, yeah. And server meshing and all that jazz. It doesn't have dynamic server meshing, but basically it moves you between servers when you leave the solar system and come back in. I'd say CIG are spending up to 5,000 per month on servers. Well, the estimate I got, Maximus, as a rough guess, was 250,000 because of a deal with Amazon. But yeah, when you look at the amount of nonsense with PTU going up and down, it's a shit ton of money. No, server meshing is, right? But the dynamic server meshing is the savior of the game, alongside instancing. Because what dynamic means is, right now, we have a static shard that in that shard has, say, like 6 servers, Revenge, right? And when you warp from Crusader to Microtech, you're swapping server to make it better on you. But you're still part of that 600 player things, right? Aren't they the opposite? They're not, no. So when we have dynamic server meshing, it allows you to basically go, right, well, this is a server here. When you warp to a location here, it's a server. It's a server. And as people leave, that server goes offline. We don't have that ability right now. Dynamic server meshing allows it where if everyone in the shard has gone to Microtech for whatever fucking reason, you have instance versions of Microtech because it can't deal with 600 people at one location. It will split into whatever it deems worthy. But at that same time, the server running Crusader has turned offline. It shuts down into an idle state and only boots up when somebody is warping towards it. This massively saves on resources. Instead of having to have a shard constantly running with 6 constant servers running, it brings it all down to what is only required. And that's what we don't have right now. Which technically means that you can have a server on Daymar, a server at Grimhex. So when you warp to Yella, you're on a server of like 200 people. When you warp to Grimhex, you're on a server of 50 people. If another 50 people turn up, another instance on that server boots up of Grimhex. Because it's not designed for having 50 people landing at once. And that's what people have to understand. There is no physical way to do Star Citizen without dynamic server meshing and instances. There's no fucking way. Because CIG want to eventually get this game to have 2,000, 5,000 people per shard. And there is no fucking way 1,000 people are turning up to Grim Hex and getting a landing spot. You will cry. So when these people are saying instances will ruin this game, I want to see that person sit in a 10k fucking queue to get into not only the server, but then I want to see them sit in a 1,000 player queue to land at Grim Hex. It saves so much money. It has to come. Like, games like this require this now. It's just brain dead against Spectrum idiots that don't play this game or understand anything to do with how it is to run servers. You can't compare a fucking 40 player Rust server or a 500 player Rust server to a 500 player Star Citizen server. It's bonkers in data comparison. But they're like, instances will kill this game. I completely disagree. I think it's going to make the game so much better. Server meshing, dynamic server meshing just makes the game better. Because instead of you going to Grim Hex and there's nobody there, you'll go to Grim Hex and it'll feel like there's like 10, 15 people around and you can have conversations. You know, and when you leave the hangar, you'll be instanced into your own sort of thing. Out you go into that instance with all the rest of the people, and as you warp away, you're then dynamically server meshed into another server on your way to meet brand new people in the game. Instead of I go to Daymar, oh look, there's Game Daddle. I go to Yella, oh look, there's Game Daddle again. I go to Grim Hex, oh look, there's Game Daddle. But with this system, it means that I can go from Grim Hex to Yella and see a different person than Game Daddle, or go to Daymar and see a different person. But then if I come back to the same location, it might be a completely different group of people there. Yeah, you'll be able to invade people's server instances. Yeah. Because it will scale it to how you're doing. If you are, for example, I would never be in. Yeah, that's true. I'm just using your name as reference as last scene. If you have people in an instance already revenged, if you are a solo Aurora, it's not going to instance you against people that have like 10 Idrises waiting for you. You won't get instanced with that. It will only scale up to people coming in and doing stuff. And that's what people are worried about. Whenever somebody cries that they're not going to be able to do in this game, it's because they want to basically sit with their 30-man players and gank one solo player and feel fucking good about it. But the moment that a corresponding fleet turns up, they run to the wind. The same thing as Letty, right? The other day there, Letty's fucking holding down the place with his group of people, right? I go in, I start shooting up, they can't kill me, I can't kill them. I asked if B-Berry and Tumblr would come in, B-Berry and Tumblr come, the three of us go in, and what happens? Their bigger group, gone. Did they come back to fight? No. They left and went to a different server. That shows you the character of player. That they're only after the cheap gank. And the moment that CIG takes away any of that cheap gank, they start freaking out. Because they can't possibly think of any other way to do this game than do the cheap gank. And I just say at that point, I say, boohoo. Time for you to uninstall the game and go and find something else to do. So Elite Dangerous like servers, yeah. Because again, if you look at Elite Dangerous, it's what, like 500 plus billion solar systems you can travel to in Elite Dangerous. I can't wait for it as well, dude. I can't wait for an NPC to not feel like an absolute shit show. I can't wait to go to like Dupree, for example, and instead of getting 10 FPS in a PvP fight, and somebody is winning and beating me because they have 12 FPS, because they've got a 5090, I can't wait till I go in there and everyone in the group has like 200 FPS. Because that's what instancing allows us to do. I resemble that market. Yeah, I remember that as well, dude. Myself and a guy in my organization called Battlestar used to sit at old school SBK. We actually did it with Game Dodo as well. And all three of us would be in our little sniper pussy fucking situations. And we would hold down this location. And because it was only one server, everyone turned up. Now, if you imagine that, where we're holding it down with the three of us, but 600 people turn up. There is no way us three could ever possibly do something like that in the game. So Instances allows to take the storm of Zerg, because Zerging ruins PvP video games. Massively. EVE Online gets ruined in cool fights because the moment that the opposition team is losing, they Gondor horn and they jump in fucking 200 fucking players who have been forming up in the background. Because they can't win their little shitty fight, but they'll bring in the Zerg to make sure that they do win. This just prevents Zerging. So a 1,000-player tests organization can't fucking ruin your game. You can't have 200 people in Shadow Moses ruining your game. You can't have Shadow Moses allied with Avenger Squadron, allied with Liberty Reapers, allied with fucking Test ruining your game. And I'm all for that. I want to be able to play the game, and it depends on how far down the rabbit hole the game goes. Do you remember the outrage when they learned how Deep Desert was going to work and 600-man guilds went crying? I know. I think the worst thing that they did is instead of trying to make Deep Desert work, they hard backstrafed because PvE players were crying. And I think from the very beginning, they should have made it where you never could make a base in the Deep Desert. They catered to the PvE players, yeah. But if I had designed Dune, I would have had it where the moment you left the PvE world, it was PvP only, and you couldn't make a base in the Deep Desert. There was no base building in there whatsoever. You had to go in and survive the storms and do all that shit, right? There are bigger orgs and just not skill-based in the same way. Yeah. But again, if Havoc and his 11,000 members turned up in a max group, right? 500 players party or whatever CIG's limit is. I think it's like, what, you can only have 250 people in your friends list? Imagine you have a fleet of that size, right? Just roaming around the game. What the fuck is anybody able to do? Because it doesn't matter if you're the 100th best players in the world. When 250 people turn up, it doesn't matter how good you are. You're dead in this game. Because numbers beat it. So for me, if it means that you have 200 Shadow Moses versus 200 Havoc, for example, that's it. You can't have any more, and other people can't get involved in that fight. That makes it so much more fair. Alliance versus Alliance, or org versus org. Not fucking triple, quadruple ways that you get in EVE Online. You can have more? Well, again, it was just a rough example, right? Because you can take all of Shadow Moses versus 11,000 and nobody wins in Shadow Moses. And that's what CIG are trying to prevent. And I think that's fair. It should be equal numbers, equal assets, and if the better team has better teamwork and skill, that's why they win. Not because you are 200 assemble at any given time. No, fuck that. No. Games don't work like that. Lost Oasis was ruined because the Chinese would literally storm into a server and the whole server would be like fucking locusts. They would be moving across the server in Last Oasis, taking every node, every resource, and you'd be standing there going, my week's worth of mining has been chewed up. Fucking, and then all you hear is them going over into the next server. You know what I mean? We don't need that in Star Citizen, guys. We don't need that. So please, CIG, keep working on dynamic server weshing, keep working on instance base, because the last thing we need is the Chinese army storming through every server in Star Citizen, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. How would you picture it working with mechanics like fighting for planetary shields or stellar scale? Again, I think it will be very much where, like other games, you have to, whoever's the biggest payer into the fight. So say, for example, somebody builds a station. Say test organization builds a station and then people are able to attack it. It'll be where you can attack it for a period of time and then you get the right to like fully claim it. But you have to give the opposition the time to defend it as well. So just like it is in EVE, you can go into somebody's backyard, destroy a lot of key items, but you can't destroy a pause player-made space thing because it goes on a timer. And then you've got to turn up and fight it. And I think that's how CIG will do it. It'll be whoever does the most amount of damage. So say you own a station at Daymar, if they allow it to be that way, and the other group will come, knock out like turrets and stuff like that. It will then put it into a defense state where it can't be blown up or taken. But then you'll get a timer when you can come and reinforce it. In that time, the opposition team are able to repair the turrets and set up defenses ready to go. And then what will happen is the team who have done the most amount of damage and the team who are defending it will go into an instance. And it will only be that group fighting for it. No third partying, basically. That's how I see CIG doing it. And it'll be amazing if that's the case. Bases wouldn't be possible at all without instancing too. Exactly, yeah. I don't think it will be based around instances for like placing a base. I think the conflict will be in an instance. I think you'll just be able to fly around the planet and meet all other people's stations, no problem. And I think it will only be when conflict starts does it sort of instance out. And I'm completely fine with that as well. If Zergs didn't have an easy cap ship claim button for half an hour or so, countering Zergs would be interesting. True. If it was based on full asset loss, again, going back to the topic of talking with B-Berry today about turrets at Grim Hex, is that if you were camping in an Idris outside Grim Hex that didn't have any turrets, and you lost that Idris and you didn't get it back for a week, you wouldn't be doing that again. But we don't have that cause and effect in Star Citizen right now. So large Zergs losing large amount of Idrises that they don't get back in a week would massively deteriorate people from moving large forces at any given time. But I don't see Star Citizen changing that anytime soon because people would complain that they can't play the game for whatever reason. Even though we have like a plethora of 200 spaceships to use now in the game. In Elite, I was part of a group that put Morbius in shutdown in their system. Then Morbius cried and complained to Frontier, and they destroyed the ability to shut down a system or player group. It ruined the game. I hope this is better. I think it will be, yeah. Because again, you can't complain if you put your little house in Empire Space, little back garden in Terra, and you're paying all those taxes, and nobody can attack your base, but you can't really do much with it. That's fine. No big organization is going to give a shit, right? But if you are in Nyx, for example, on Nyx 1, and you've got a giant fuck-off factory, and you're mass-producing tier 3 spaceships, somebody's going to take that shit from you, and you better be prepared to defend it. And it won't be where they just come in and drop bombs, that's the end of your base. It will be where they will have to do a mechanic like in PlanetSide. Does anybody remember PlanetSide? How to flip a base? You would have to get into a base, fight the core, and it would flip over to your side, and the other people wouldn't be able to access the base. All CIG has to do that is where somebody has to get to your core through your defenses, press the button, and then it goes in 10 hours time, you versus you in an instance gameplay battle to the wits. Victor keeps the station, Victor takes the station, right? There we go, boom. Our server's going to be region locked for 1.0, I think so. But it won't be where you can't go and play with your friends. I think all the data will remain on regions. So for example, if you build a base in EU, you've got like maximum UE reputation on EU, you won't have maximum reputation in EU on America. You'll have everything that you purchased, but just like it is in every other game where you have to create another character, that's how I see CIG doing it. Because they can't do it the way they have it right now. They can't have it where you are able to gain in off-peak time and then keep harassing people in prime time because you've got everything and they don't. It doesn't work in games like WoW or... you know what I mean? You can't go to America, buy all the best of the gear on the auction house, and then go to EU with all your super gear, right? It would never work in a video game. Look at the latest sort of big PvP game that came out for Western, which was Throne and Liberty. EU servers, American servers, right? And that's how I see CIG doing. You can still play with your friends, you're just not going to be able to have all your stuff. So I'd imagine like Avenger Squadron will go NA, right? And then whatever PvP organization will go EU. If you have people in multiple regions, they'll have to be willing to play in your time zone kind of thing. I don't see it going any other way. It's not EVE Online. They removed that in PlanetSide 2. You can only hack vehicle terminals. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. But I would imagine you can just use the simplest mechanics of like PlanetSide for capturing bases. No problem. But you've got to make it where people have a chance. So for example, you can attack a base, put it into a state of defense, and then you're given a timer where both sides will fight in an instance bubble to whoever owns that land. And then the victor obviously takes it away, blah, blah, blah. But you wouldn't be able to do that without instances, because you would just have it where, oh, look, there's this organization owning a base. Let's come with 20 different organizations and we'll just all attack it at once. And what they'll do is, instead of 20 different organizations attacking at once, they'll make it where you've got to be part of a alliance. So you can have small organizations, right, band together in one alliance to be able to do that thing. And the alliance then can come in and do stuff. Exactly, Crimsonite. Dude, just look at Dupree. Dupree is a prime example. You go into Hurston, you go to Dupree, and there's maybe 10 players around and you go down to 15 FPS. Can you imagine if there was 600 players at Dupree at one given time? You would have 0 FPS. So when people are crying about instances, dynamic server meshing, and all these things, you have to understand you can't have 600 players in a fucking ASD facility. There's no possible way you're going to ever complete your mission with 600 people in there. And we can't keep having 200 plus ASD. I'm going to build a low-flying shack on Nyx 1 overlooking some beautiful hills. And I'm going to have like hot chocolate machine and some fluffy beds. And you can park your low-flying ships. And that's all it's going to be. A little villa. And if anybody wants to rent out from me, it'll be very cheap. A little bit extra if you want me to turn up in a maid's outfit and serve you the hot chocolate. That's my plan, chat. No longer was it to go and just shoot players. I'm going to have the lodge, the Low Flyers Lodge, owned by TDL. No mining or anything, no crafting on board place, just where you come and relax. In the views of Nyx 1. Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, they've got to prevent like the A2 bombing and the ramming and the spawning of mega amount of Idrises and stuff like that. If you ever played WoW and you went to Stormwood or anything, blah, 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 even on classic modern servers, layers, instancing, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't know any game that doesn't have instancing these days. Like any MMO. Look at it. Guild Wars, like 25 years ago, had instancing. Evil 9, instancing. WoW, instancing. Dune Awakening, instancing. Black Desert Online, instancing. Whatever. You've got Albion Online has instancing, which is a sandbox PvP game. Yeah, any MMO has instance-based gameplay. It's bonkers that anyone else. Oh, it's crazy. It is absolutely fucking crazy.
It's to culminate towards this specific point
It's good that this
to make
chapters, though.
large, explorable
Because again,
location.
let's talk about it here whilst we're on this topic, right?
When you fly towards the lake,
Yeah.
If you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know
Trying to
it
go-
work. Instancing to a little bit more. We're bringing instancing.
The dream would be to not have it, but just not possible, right? Yeah, exactly. Because, again, Game Daddle, right now we have 600 players on the server. If 600 people turn up to one location in the game, it's a GG. Even if you've got a 5090 and the best graphics card, you will go to 0 FPS. It is insane. Shadow Moses recently, this year, or it was at the end of last year, had a 200-player Chinese group versus all of them, and Fresh was telling me it was like 10 FPS. Now, that was only at like 200 to 400 players in open space. If it ever gets to the part where you got 600 people at one location for big warfares with even bigger ships, this was before Idrises were out and stuff, it will get crazier. There will be no FPS for people. So you have to have it. There's no way to run that amount of stuff. EVE Online can't even run 1,000 versus 1,000 without doing a thing called time dilation, which basically slows the game down, where when you push a button, it might activate 5-10 minutes later. But it queues up that idea.
To Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro. But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a...
Could you imagine all the CZ zones that we have in Star Citizen as instance-based PvP? And they're not even PvE zones, right? 1v1 bro, yeah. I know. It's goofy CIG stuff, cringy stuff. But here's the thing. They talk about PvE instances, but they literally would then turn the PvP CZ zones into a PvP instance. It doesn't just mean everywhere is PvE. Only a dumb motherfucker would think that. It just means that they're wanting to bring in this sort of technology, right?
sense of progression that is tailored.
Well, look at any game, Crimson Tide, that has open world raid bosses. You ever been a part of that shit? You ever see them when they've got PvP involved? It is chaos. Absolutely chaos.
And balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size.
Exactly, Cyber.
There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience.
Yeah, because it was a massive fucking...
So before anybody
balling.
says this is only a PvE thing,
yeah,
this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences.
So they're bringing out PvE instances and PvP instances to make it where the combat is better, because instead of fucking 0 frames, you get maybe 100, 200 frames.
That are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other, it's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want
Look, chat, there's a fucking instance now.
your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the
Oh my god, we're in an instance. See how people don't even realize how much of it is already in the game.
instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now
Do you think
in
people mistook that as having instances that are just armed as zones and went off? I think people just don't understand a fucking thing about this game, and they like to just flap their gums.
your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't
That's
even
all.
see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number of slots. And
Just like any other video game, when you join a Tarkov match, it's technically an instance of that Tarkov map. You go in, you have set amount of people, but just like in Tarkov, you have people leaving and people entering, and eventually the timer closes and that's it, right? Yeah, but the closed instances are for like doing like Siege of Horus and Beeberry, right? Where you go in and you get rich PvE content, and then the moment you come out of it is back to PvP open world.
so some of those areas will be completely
explained.
instanced on different
So it's
servers. This allows us to
completely fine.
leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will
Yeah, they would only be for, well, I mean, how are you going to have closed PvP? Unless it's going to be like Arena Commander kind of stuff, right? Yo, Jace, how you doing, dude? Like, what would you even design for a closed PvP match? The only thing I would say for a closed PvP match is used for if your organization or alliance are trying to take over space or defend it. That's the only reason I could see a closed PvP area. Is because, again, it shouldn't be where everyone can just turn up and just start fucking each other for the sake of it. It needs to be where if you're losing land or gaining land, right? Closed PvP. No, that would be open. That's open. That would never be closed. It would just be open, just like a Tarkov is. Like a DMZ in Division is. That would always be open instancing. So you would go in and say it has a number of, like, you're only allowed 20 players inside. Then it would close, right? No, close one. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? It would be open as you go in, and then it would close off. There's 20 people in there. Let's open up another one because there's like another 10 people wanting to go in. That's how a open and closed instance system would work. And it has to be. Again, or you have 100 people going into a CZ zone. Closed PvP is round-based like MechWarrior Online. Yeah, but again, you have open, right? So say, for example, nobody is in CZ Zone 1. We're just going to call it CZ Zone 1. It has 20 slots for 20 players. How much is a Tarkov map, by the way? Anybody Tarkov player? How many people can you at one time have in a Tarkov map? Right? Let's look at that number, whatever that is. Because their maps are pretty fucking big, right? Or some of them are, at least, I think. Depends on the map. Let's just look at 18 to 14, right? So let's say 20. You're allowed 20 players in a map or an open instance. You go in with 10 people on your team, 5 on another team, and 5 on another team. Close. That means nobody can come in and reinforce apart from the people that were previously in there. It means that if you die, you can't come back in until it opens back up again, right? You're a pro Tarkov player. I highly doubt it, but okay, Jace. I've never seen your name in any pro sheets. 30 to 20, right? So again, they can they can change. Show me where's your fucking esports medal, all right? Where's your esports medal, Jace? All right, I want to see it. I want to see the plaque, the medal, the trophy, the team, you know, the Asian team that you're a part of. I want to see your living accommodation and all these things. He's actually my Sherpa. Anyway. So that's how an open and closed system works in all these games. Because eventually what happens is you can't join a Tarkov map because it's closing down to reset, basically. If I'm correct on that one. There's a certain limited time, and it's the same with Arc Raiders. The map, the instance, eventually closes. Where it completely closed, nobody can enter it in. But just like in Arc Raiders, you can have 10 people join, 5 people leave, and another 5 people enter. That is an open and closed instance system, or match-based system. So the same in Star Citizen is, you go to CZ Zone 1, and you've got 5 people. You go in, and there's allowed to be another 15 people enter. It stays open until that number is hit, and anytime one person leaves, it opens up again to let somebody else in. This is an open and closed system. And that's how I would imagine CIG does CZ zones. Because it's how every other fucking game operates right now when it comes to like battle royales. Apart from if it's like Call of Duty, PUBG, which the instance only has a set time and only a set amount of people come. That would be a closed instance. And that I would imagine CIG just leave for PvE content. Or they maybe allow you to sign up to like flashbacks, right? Now, how cool would this? I'm going to spitball a flashback, right? You have it where you can go to somewhere in the game, sign up to be in a PvP match. It's 20 versus 20 in a fucking map, and 20 can be Vandal and 20 can be humans. And you go in and relive the story in a closed PvP environment. That's what CIG can also do with instances. Because Ion used to have that. Where you went into an instance and it was 5 versus 5. Yeah, but if you want to pass, you pass, right? But maybe it's something to do with storyline. Instead of it being PvE, it's PvP. So again, that's what open and closed can mean. Closed will be is I go in with 4 people in my team and I get a closed PvE enriched storyline driven gameplay. But if I go into the open version, it's going to be PvP, but it will eventually close and open up a new instance depending on numbers, right? And I'm completely fine for that. You can't have 20-man organizations dogging on people because you're bored and just sitting at a CZ zone, and the moment one person comes in, you obliterate them. You can't have that in video games, guys. Not anymore. There's too many people playing video games now. No game offers that situation. You can't go in as a 20-man group into Tarkov. You can't do Arc Raiders as a 20-man group. You can't go into the Division as 20 men, right? Every game these days is based around between 3 and 4. 3 because it's better to balance than it is 4, and they don't want to go with 5 and 6 because 6 is too difficult to balance. But I'm not open to the idea of instance PvP. But then how do you do it then, Nero? Okay? So, not to harp on, but you're not open to instance PvP. Then how do you do a CZ zone, like I'm talking about? How do you do a Hathor site in the future when you've got 2,000 plus players on the game? How do you do Grim Hex? How do you do Jumptown? Tell me how you're going to do that without instances. No, that's not what he's saying, Nitrate. Don't put words into his mouth, please. How do you do it without instances? How do you do it without dynamic server meshing? Because that's the thing. With everyone that's moaning about instances when it comes for PvP, the fact is, You can't. It is physically impossible in any video game to have that amount of people on it. Even Anvil Empire that Cutler was playing the other week there is a fucking single player, like a single server sharded off, where only a certain amount of people can be there at one given time. In the way of instance or smaller than 20 people, I don't like it. If we are 100, I'm cool. But again, how do you prevent anybody doing it if you've got 20 people camping the instance, dude? Or the open area? I just don't want to queue into PvP. You don't. That's not how instances work, dude. I literally explained that. If you have 20 people in an instance, all right? You have 5 go in, and a 10-man team go in, and another 5 go in. That open instance closes. Then you, Nero, turn up to go in. You go into your own instance that opens up, and 19 other people can come in with you, depending on whatever they set the number. I'm just going off Tarkov numbers. Then, when you've got 20, it closes. If the first instance then loses 5 in a team fight, that opens up, and another 5 people trickle in that one. You see where we go. And then when you've left your instance, it shuts the fuck down and saves on resources for the game. And when the other instance, where 20 people were in, finishes, it shuts down. And at that point, if nobody's entering the CZ zone, there is no server fucking running it. Which means that all the resources go back to the main stuff. That's the beautiful thing about dynamic server meshing and instance-based gameplay. It opens and closes depending on when it's required. Not money, but genuine question. What happens when larger ships that require 5 or 6 more people? That's an easy way to look at it, Batman. It's a good question. Is basically, CIG said many years ago that it would be based off point system. So for example, if you're turning up in a fleet, it's not about how many people you have, it's what ships you bring. So, for example, if you turn up with 30 people in, like 30 fighters, that would be so many points on their scale. But if you turn up with 30 Idrises, that's not allowed. But you could turn up with like 5 Idrises with 100 people on the ship. That's completely fine. They will base it off ship points instead of numbers of players. Because again, we know that the server can handle up to 600 people. And I doubt there's going to be many groups that get 600 people in one instance at one time, right? Because that's what you get with video games like PlanetSide. PlanetSide does a lot of like, where you've got at one time, there's maybe 200 people fighting over one outpost, but they're on their own server. And on the other planet, there's maybe another 200 versus 200 versus 200 going on in the game. So you can split the resources off, and then when one's closed down, you push all the resources onto that other main server. Boosting up. EVE Online does this as well. They have the ability for an engineer to go, shit, there's 1,000 players versus 1,000. The fucking hamster's going on super spin mode, and it allows it to be more stable. And then as soon as the battle finishes, they fucking, and the hamster slows the fuck down and has a timeout. That's how servicers work in multiplayer games. If an instance will allow 100 people, how does the game know that 80 of them are actually idled with? Because we're getting the org system. If you showed it here, right? CIG, again, this is a fucking cope, right? But it's the only thing I've got to go on in information. CIG literally showed you that they're working on alliances and guilds. So what you can do is basically base it off how many people are not in a party, but who are in the alliance or who are in the guild. So you don't necessarily need to be in a party. You can always enter the instance if you're a part of the organization. But if you're turning up with 10,000 players, you ain't going to get in with 10,000. Where was it here? Social. Here, right?
Like we did with a friends list, we're adding.
What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to
dynamic system,
people are requesting, you can then look at their information and you
Party
decide
system.
on whether or not.
So,
And then
link
down
and-
the line,
How you doing? Depth camera. It uses pretty much any
giving you the power.
Name, roles needed, path
There you
size,
go.
and so on.
And
You're going to be able to
you
use those
have-
as
where's the
filters.
organization
dupe any
part?
Space for your real friends.
Let's invite assistant design
Yeah, here we go. Guild
Ultimately,
system,
we
right?
want to bring
beacons
race
to
Organization.
make your empire.
and
So,
So there we go, right? It shows you when it was founded, how many members. The simple thing is, eventually down the line, you see how every ship has a ticker, and every organization has a ticker, and you have to fill it in. With QQOP, we literally just have QQOP as the ticker. Now, what will happen is, eventually down the line in the verse, just like it is on EVE Online, if I scan you down, it will say TheDarkLaw, and then in bracket, QQOP. You then know the organization I'm a part of. So whenever they do like 100 versus 100, or depending on how they want to have it, they can be like, well, you're only allowed to have 50 people from this organization, 50 people from this organization, 50 people from this organization, or alliance and stuff, you know? For example, my guys have allied with Cutlet, but in Spectrum, we have 0 cross-org affiliation. Yeah, exactly. So what happens is, down the line, just like Eve, you have the ability to be like, right, I'm friendly with this organization. I can set them as blue, right? And that allows you to do certain things and coexist with each other, but you're not the organization, and like you're in separate organizations, basically. Again, it would just be based on a point system. Or very simple, if they wanted to make it, if you're trying to take a color system, yeah, exactly. You can set people blue or red depending on your own guild standings. And then you can join an alliance. So the simplest way is they make it a point system. For example, if you've got a 200 player organization and you're versing a 1,000 player organization for whatever reason, only 200 from that organization can come in and help you, right? Hey Vic, how you doing, Dad? Using my surname. We still wait, yeah. Again, it all depends on how this system will actually be, right? But, and technically, has the same thing. So here, see here? They actually have it where they showcase it. Look, there's with the ticker. So that's what you'll have in chat. TheDarkLaw, QQOP, Cutlet, Eggplant, whatever his ticker is, right? That's how you'll be able to determine who is who in the game. Yeah, placeholder. Yeah, exactly, yeah. And once you've got that, you can then do a point system around this. You're only allowed to bring 100 players from this organization, 100 players from this alliance, and yada yada. Again, it's just like the Eve system, Nero. Like, for example, when in Eve, say for example, my organization war decks your organization, allowing us to attack you in every situation, like any place without getting crime stat. Cutlet's group would then have to war deck you as well. And how it works in Eve is if another organization war decks you, or corporation is called, they have to pay more money. Every time somebody else gets involved, they have to pay more money than the previous people. And then for you to surrender, you have to pay money to surrender, or you get killed. That's what a war deck is. I share the hopium, but no, again, like, dude, it's a very simple system. A lot of games have these tickers. Black Desert has it, and that uses an instance-based point system for fights as well. What's the other game that came out by Amazon a few years ago that does it? Does Final Fantasy have a point system as well? Yeah, there we go. New World, that's it. They all have a point system based around who's fighting who and which alliance is fighting alliance. So again, it's already integrated into many, many games. Well, the thing is, though, does anybody remember a fantastic MMO back in the day called Arcade? You could have a penis on your sailboat before they changed that, Blue Manx. So as you were sailing into battle, every one of your ships had a giant penis on the front of it. But they made it where you couldn't have it, and you had to like have fluffy kittens instead, you know? We didn't need to agree to PvP? What do you mean? As long as we don't have to agree to the deck. No, you won't. You can't agree to a war deck in EVE Online, Nero. You can only pay to surrender or get absolutely smashed until you pay to give up, or the other team cancel. Because what happens is when you war deck in EVE Online, the team that you war deck has to pay money to surrender, but weekly, the team who war decks you has to pay a weekly fee to keep the war deck running, so they can keep attacking you. So if you decide to stay in a station and not play the game, like what people do, hey Tough, good morning, dude. What happens is the team who are paying for the war deck cancel it, and then you can go back to your own gameplay afterwards. It's a really good system, and we already know that CIG are like this with fucking EVE Online, so I would imagine it's the same sort of system. Yeah, that's not gonna, that's, again, you have to understand that eventually down the line, you will have to be in an alliance to play with Cutlet. That's the only way it will go. You'll be able to be blue factions, so when you see each other in the verse, you'll be blue, so you know not to attack each other. Or one of you will be red, so you know to instantly attack each other, and you'll still get crime stat because of that. But the point being is, if you're talking about going to Jumptown, it might not be where if Cutlet's there, you will be instanced in the same instance as Cutlet. Unless you're in the same alliance or same party. You won't be able to do it. That's not how instancing works. You have to make it fair for everyone. You can't just turn up with all your friends and clamp down the system. No game has it. No game has it where you can just literally turn up and swarm the whole game. What do you mean legit? In our game has zero affiliation with them. We have a gentleman's agreement not to Zerg, Jumptown, not kill each other, and basically hold it for ourselves, and farm because of this instance thinks we're hostile groups. But again, you would still have the blue standing, right? You can fake it and get inside the instance. Why would you need to fake it? If you're both blue standing and you turn up and you enter the instance at the same time or fill in the same instance and it doesn't close, right? Then it's down to your gentleman's agreement, right? Yeah, you'd still be able to do that. Because I just told you, when this system comes out, hey Jam, Space Jam, how you doing? When this system comes out, you'll be able to set who you're allied with or non-attack agreements in your organization system, just like it is in EVE Online. Because CIG literally stated this in this system. You will be able to ally up with other organizations in this actual window. And that's how it will look above your name. It'll be Cutlet's organization, and this will be in blue, or whatever color they allow. And if it's red, you know it's people that you don't want to play with. And then you just have to recognize the thing. You can literally see here that they've got it where there's a calendar coming, all that stuff, announcements, and you can have different organizations here. You know? Reputation gain, blah, 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 blah. Obviously, we'll need to wait for it, right? But there you go. Org description, member invite, org information announcement. You can literally make it where you have it where if you see NIRVZA as a organization ticker, don't attack. It's not that difficult. Because again, this is how somebody will look to you. Look, like that. Well, they've not changed that, Badman. If you don't scan somebody, you don't know. None of that has changed it. You literally won't know. If you don't scan somebody down, you won't know if it's a player or an NPC. That's not changed. Or the scope of it's not changed. You have to be able to scan somebody down and be like, oh shit, that's Shadow Moses. If I kill this dude, I could have fucking 20 of them turning up to do something else to me. You have to give a player the chance to be able to understand that information. Because that's what it's like in EVE Online. You turn up and you go, oh shit, I recognize that ticker. And the ticker being this part here. Oh, I know exactly who that is. Right, guys, we're not even going to get involved because literally they'll blob us with 20 people soon. So we can literally blink at each other with guns to be hostile and then go into the instance. No, again, I don't think you're understanding how instances work. You have an open instance. Everyone can go into a certain number, a certain point system, and when it fills up, you don't get in. So if you go in the instance at the same time as Cutlet and it closes, it's down to your agreement if that's okay or not. That's not exploit at all, dude. That's just you turning up at the same time at the same place. But the question is, you might not even be on the same DGS as Cutlet. You're assuming that you're going to be. Because that's how it's in the game just now on static servicing. On the party, exactly. Again, with dynamic server meshing, it means that you might not be on the same yellow as Cutlet. He might be at Grim Hex, and you might be at a different Grim Hex altogether. That's the beautiful thing about dynamic instancing, is you never know who you're going to come across. You don't know who's going to be ally, who's going to be against you. It might be where it's like, oh yeah, it's Cutlet and his team. Gentleman's agreement not to attack each other. Fucking high five, slap each other in the showers. But it could be somebody completely different that skull fucks you. You'll never know. That's the beautiful thing about it. TDL is like the only person here I've seen that has a real understanding of what's... Yeah, I know, because I played an NDA test at so many games, Seiko. It's difficult to explain it to people that have never dealt with server meshing, dynamic meshing, phasing, and instance-based combat, or instance-based matchmaking. The easiest way to break it down is like, you're in a CSGO game, right? Or Dota game. Or League of Legends, and you press join. That is you going into a server mesh, if you think about it. You play the thing, and then you leave, right? Draw it for us. I'm not going to do it. No. Again, if you can't understand what I'm saying with this basic way, it doesn't matter, right? You're just going to have to trust me on it. It makes the game a million times better. It makes it easier for the developers to do stuff. And you have to get rid of this nightmarish effect that this ruins the game. It doesn't. It makes it better. Massively better. Because all they have to do is tweak point systems to numbers. And eventually you could have 100 versus 100. No problem. But you still have to dictate that not everyone has the same graphics card as everyone. And stuff like that. I do like how you break it down like I'm a fifth grader. I learn when I tap in. Again, I can't make it any more simpler. Instances is explained in same place, another dimension. Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying if Jumptown is empty and the instance takes 100 people and it would let, say, 50 people from a known affiliation into the same instance for fairness, then you just don't use the in-game affiliation system or game by pretending to be hostile and stuff like that. It's not open to abuse. Because you're just assuming that it takes into account that one equation. That you can only have 50 people from one group and 50 people from another group. And if you're friends to each other, it might not even allow you to be in that group, that instance to begin with. You might not even, like I said, you might never see somebody you're allied with in the same region, the same shard, the same server, in the same day, the same minute, the same second. Because they're on a completely different server to you. And only do you get to meet them is when you're meshed together. So the game can literally prioritize where you go depending on certain things to prevent abuse. You can't cheese it. I've never played a game where people can cheese it. So in the instance might necessarily have a player limit is based on the player's group that starts. Exactly. In theory, the instance can be dynamic in size as well. Exactly. It's not static. It could be like, again, where CIG determined that they want to see a 50 versus 50 versus 50 versus 50 matchup, and you get in that way. And then when somebody dies, your friends can warp in and stuff like that, because it restricts the warping to the location. Are moving to the location. You get an artificial system that says you can't enter until the bubble is there's space into it. Yeah, people need to wait and see before they're freaking out. I will put $1,000 down that this makes this game so much better once it's all working. Anybody want to meet me on that one then? Because it allows you to have more people involved. I call my firstborn TDL if that happens. God, please no, don't do that. Just whisper in the child's ear, TDL was right. TDL was right. That'll do. That's still very creepy as is. That child will always have... What's this saying? TDL was right. Again, you can play any video game that has instances, server meshing, dynamic server meshing, phasing, all these things. It just makes the game better. Michael TheDarkLaw Pilgrim, yeah. Again, if CIG fuck up, which we all know that they can, alright? It's not like I'm going to say, oh yeah, CIG are flawless in making things, and it'll be a perfect system. But if CIG actually makes it work, the idea is that it's very difficult to exploit. Because dynamic means dynamic, right? It has the ability to be, this is our set parameters. It can go to this, it can go to that, right? Depending on whatever the scenario is. Then they have to input how many people can enter. Do we have it where on a low pop timeline, like say for example 9 o'clock in the morning in EU, right? Nobody's going to be really playing. So we're going to have it like 50 people. But at prime time, the fucking thing expels because CIG port more work into the servers and you get a bigger storyline to it, but then down it shrinks, it goes up like this, like a fucking accordion. And it's just, you'll never notice what's going on unless it is ridiculous numbers. And right now we have only 600 people on the server. Eventually down the line, you will have 600 people in each solar system. Eventually down the line, you will maybe have 600 people in each planet. You will have 600 people in each smaller location. It goes crazy if CIG allow it. But then every time we go further down a notch in the rabbit hole, This is the issue. It's not so much the technology of being able to do it. It gets stupidly fucking expensive when you start having 600 people in every location of the game. So dynamic means if there's nobody at Microtech gets turned off. If there's nobody in the instance of Hathor on Daymar, it gets turned off. You see where we're going with it? It means CIG can shut down and turn on resources when required, allowing them to, instead of fucking fork out money to run shit. Like, I mean, how many people are at Hathor right now in a certain server? So you think about all that resources running Hathor on that DGS when there's nobody there. That's what instancing helps with. It allows it to be shut down. So instead of it being dictated on the servers, it can be coming up, it can be coming down. It can be expanded, it can be shrunk, you know? Compared to ZZ, little to none. Exactly, but the cool thing is though, is now you'll be able to go into a ZZ zone and get that rich, no fucking bad FPS jank. The NPCs won't be janky, and players won't be teleporting around the place because you will be in an instance bubble. And then CIG can go, well, it's very low resources right now, 5 versus 5. Okay, there's more people interested. We upscale it to 10 versus 10. Oh, there's a bit more people. 20 versus 20. All right, it's gone back down to nobody's interested in the instance again. Back down to a stable 5v5. All right, nobody's entered in the past half an hour. Shut it down. Oh, somebody's in the lift. Queue it up. 5v5. 10v10. See what I mean with it, right? It literally allows CIG to dictate the resources in the game instead of constantly being at 100%. Every CZ zone you go into right now is 100%. Every Hathor site you go to is 100% resources being drained. Every jump town you go to, 100%. And this is why it's so shit. Because sometimes you just don't need these locations up and running on the server. You can literally have everyone off the server and it's running at 100% cost until CIG go, shit, nobody's been on this server for a day. Shut it down and save on money. Dynamic meshing and servers allow us to do this. Instances allow us to do that. And if you don't, guys, I don't know how CIG are going to literally run this game. I understand your thought process, but that is a lot of resources. It's cheaper than running dedicated servers. Like, massively cheaper than running. Shutting an instance up and down, and a shard up and down, and a server up and down is so much more cheaper than running it constantly with nothing on the go. It's like a car, right? A car, well, it's opposite to a car. A car is basically when you turn a car on and leave it running, it's cheaper to leave it running than it is to constantly up and down shut it down. Not when it comes to servers. It's better to get the resources, like the amount of data that's moving, off, basically. But again, like I said, dynamic allows you to expand. So even if it's low pop, it's like, cool, massive amount of less resources running a 5v5. Oh wait, there's another 5 people coming in. We expand the instance. More resources are sent to it then. Oh, they've gone. Down it goes. Oh, they're completely gone. Turned off. It saves a huge amount of money. Do you think eventually CIG will introduce a subscription? I hope so. I really, really hope so. I really hope CIG just make it where you buy the game and you sub to it every month and that's it. No more ship buying. You just get all the ships. Brand new ships are brought out in game and you can buy exclusive skins for them when the ship is released to the verse. That's how I would love to see Star Citizen in the future. You buy the game, and in that game gives you a starter pack, right? Then you subscribe. But the first pack you buy gives you 30 days of subscription, and then you're like, you know what, this game isn't for me. I only spent like 30 bucks, right? Then you pay like 15, 20 bucks a month. You get constant stuff. All the ships are added. Everything is added. Nobody's spending $1,000 on fucking spaceships left, right, and here. And whenever a ship is released, you get an exclusive skin And if you've got the subscription running, you get it at a discount. There's so many games that do this, and it's very, very good. I mean, it makes sense right now for ships. Yeah, it makes sense for now to selling it. But subscription-based games are generally so much more fun. And I don't want to see them going the route of WoW or EVE Online where you can use in-game currency to buy subscription. No. Just make it where that's it. A solid line, but make it cheap enough for people to be able to justify the money. Well, we'll see. Again, I'm only saying stuff in my perfect world of Star Citizen. Well, Chris Robert also said that they weren't going to build it for console, and here we are, Stefan. They're making Squadron 42 for console. So, you know. He promised tons of shit. And a lot has changed. So, I just don't believe what Chris ever says. I'll believe it when I see it, basically. Yeah, again, there's many things they can do with it. Like, even discounts and whatever. Like a 2026 release, exactly, yeah. Let me catch up with some of the chat I missed there. Yeah, they wouldn't have to worry too much about it. But again, CIG might just make it where you just constantly buy in and that's it, you know? There's so many ways that CIG can make this game work. But they definitely, like for me, my biggest gripe is I would just like to see ships get released to the game and you're not buying them. You're going, shit boys, brand new ship, let's go and rent it out. Oh god, I love this ship. Right, now I'm going to spend 2 weeks grinding in the game to get the ship. And then when you get it, you're like, fuck yes, I put some effort into it. Awesome, done deal. Not like, here's my credit card, fucking, there we go. I just don't like it. For like a release game. It's fine for funding it just now, but not for a release game. Subscription-based games are a lot better maintained than ones that aren't because it's a steady flow of income. But again, if we're talking about it right now, the average monthly payment for CIG for servers is between $250,000 to $500,000, depending on how you work it out. Okay, so $500,000 is required on average between $250,000 to $500,000 a month for CIG to run servers. Without dynamic server meshing in instances being up to bring things up and down, and you have, say, 600,000 people trying to play the game, just try and work out the maths of how much CIG would have to make each month to run the game alone. So this goes out to people like Greasy and all the people who are complaining about server instances and dynamic meshing and you don't feel the game is. How do you run the servers, right, without it? And how are you going to find the money to pay for these servers without it? You can't. There's no physical way. Unless somebody drops $1 billion every fucking year, you're never going to be able to run this when this game is released. No Asmongold, no Summit, no Shroud, no fucking Dr. Disrespect, no fucking Kai Cenat is ever going to save or make enough money to bring this game into that if you don't have the way to optimize the amount of money they spend each month on servers. Doesn't matter what gameplay you have. It makes too much money for them to stop. Again, do they have to, Nero? If you went down to a subscription base right now, how do you think you're going to run the servers, dude? Alright? Say on average, there's 5,000 people playing the game at any given time. Okay? 5,000 people. Let's do the math because my math is shit. Say 5,000 people. And each of them are dropping $20 a month for the servers. That doesn't even cut the servers right now in cost, right? So with those 5,000 people, doesn't even cover the cost of the server. The people that are like running at all time. Now imagine if you've got, say, this is what we've got, and you have on average 250,000 people playing the game at $20 a fucking month. There we go, right? Now you see where the Wonga's coming, right? 5 million a month just for the people who are playing the game. Let's look at it then. We have, say, on average, because what's even line is like that, so let's say 500,000 players, right? And then they were doing times 20 per month, times 12. That's what you would be getting if most people who are own the game right now playing and paying for monthly subscription every year. That's a lot of money, guys. That's a lot of money just for you to be able to play the video game. Not to buy ships, but to play the video game. And then they can do other things on it, right? Think of the money that you get from Squadron 42. And I think 20 is steep. It's just, dude, it's a rough number. It's not like I'm saying that's what they would go. 10, 20, 15. Most games that have subscription base are between $15 to $20 these days. Some are $8.99, but it's probably like a low game. You have to balance that around servers. But again, CIG could quite easily stop selling ships if they were making 120 million a fucking year on just letting you play the game. Subscription base does work, but it requires a lot of people to be playing the game to make it work. So I don't think they will fully stop doing ship sales, but I definitely think they'll get it down to where it's maybe one ship sale a year kind of deal. Ships make sense now because it's massive capital in a short period. Yeah, exactly. You can't... I know people don't like CIG selling ships. I get it, guys. It's fucking shitty. But at the same time, it's the only way to pay for our servers. And if we didn't buy ships, we didn't buy skins, we didn't buy the next Idris coming out, or the battle cruiser, guys, they turn the servers off. So all the people complaining that it would be the end of the game, right? Instances is going to ruin the game, yada, yada, yada. If CIG don't make any money, it doesn't fucking matter. They'll just do that and turn the servers off and go, oh, by the way, it's in the TOS contract when you signed it, you fucking idiots, that all we have to do is release the game in 1.0 state and turn it off an hour later. And that is legal. So... people are worried about the wrong fucking things as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, if you don't have people on marketing playing this game right now, there's nothing for you guys. You won't have a game to play. It's a double-edged sword. People can hate marketing. People can hate the direction of Star Citizen. People can hate the development of Star Citizen. People can hate ship sales. But without that horrible way of doing it, there is no game for you at the end of the day. They will just go to 1.0 and then turn the servers off. And legally, there is nothing you can fucking do about it because when you played this game for more than 30 days, you've signed the agreement in the TOS stating that. Congratulations. That's what happens when you skim through the TOS. They can release Squadron 42, 1.0 Star Citizen, and literally turn it offline the next fucking day if they wished. And nobody can do anything about it. I think they do have a special deal with Amazon, but it's not going to be like, you know, award-winning. I would say that on average, it would probably cost about $500,000 a month to run our servers. They might have a deal at $250,000, right? But it's like a contract. You have to run it for 10 years. And how long have we had the servers running on Amazon? I think they've been like, what, 8 years now? So, It'll be a good percentage, but I don't think it's going to be like award-winning reduction in money. I don't think Amazon would be stupid enough to do something like that. There's a reason everyone does a subscription in gaming and other industries. It makes it, again, skins. Look at this. You don't have to play for any legal. You don't have to pay for League of Legends. You don't have to pay any money to rent servers for League of Legends, but they make billions a year from a fucking chick with 6 or 9 tails in hot pants. All right? There's a reason why Fortnite makes billions a year. And Call of Duty and all these other games. Skins are addicting. It's like gambling, basically, you know, especially with loot boxes in, what's it called? What's the fucking, the Blizzard game? Shit. I got it. I can see it, but I can't fucking say it. That game, for example, you put like $100 in and you'll get an RNG roll on cosmetics. And people are like that, $100. $100. I gotta get the gold skin. I gotta get the gold skin. The next season, yeah, Overwatch, that's it. The next season skins are coming out. Oh my god, I gotta have them. $20 here, $30 here. Fucking, it just goes like that. On a game that you don't even have to pay for. I would love CIG to go to that level. Because again, cosmetics are amazing. I would love Star Citizen to get to the stage of CSGO. And we talked about this where crafting, if you could make a field tested or a factory new, and it was like an RNG roll, right? But then you could literally sell it for like fucking thousands of dollars. And CIG could just do the Valve way and be like, you know what? We're fucking fine with this shit. We don't care. I would love that. I would love to be able to fucking make factory new guns and they sell for fucking crazy amount of money in real life. But that's a different story, right? Oh, gotcha. The time. Definitely this year. And I keep saying this. I've got to get that wireless system that can be charged on the fly. I'm so tired of changing out these packs. And it's been a really good system for over the years, but I'm so tired of it. I would just like to be running constantly on juice. Yeah. But again, if CIG enforced it, like, you know what I mean? You can make it where it's like, I don't know, it doesn't need to be millions of dollars, but it'd be funny. CSGO skins make so much bank. It's insane. The amount of money you can make on that. Anyway, this has been a good discussion. But also at the same time, chat, I'm out of time. I'm out of time. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It's insane. I think people just need to understand how technology works. Dude, I will take anything if it just gets VoIP fucking working. I'll take anything. I'm that open to anything that CIG does, just long as VoIP working. Because I'm about to play Arc Raiders this weekend with Burks and somebody else. And then 2 weeks later, we're playing Release. And the VoIP in that game is... Every video I've seen of them using VoIP, it's so clean. It's working. You can hear people from a distance. You know, you can hear footsteps and them deep breathing down their microphone. It's just, it would make the game so much better. And if we have to go instance-based to get VoIP working, I'll take it. I'll take that devil deal. Oh yes, we'll lap it up. Yeah, Arc Raiders is looking good. Alright, Space Jam, enjoy. Thank you again to all the people lurking on Kick and YouTube. Massively appreciate the guys. Thank you so much.
Let me just check on how many likes we got for today. Oh, we got 10. You absolute legends. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, guys, for the lurk over there. Again, if you guys don't know, we've recently started doing multi-streaming again, where you can watch on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, because obviously I couldn't do that beforehand when I was doing live on thing, but now we've got it set up. So you can watch in 1440p on YouTube in beautiful AV1 quality, high bitrate, or you can watch it on Kick if you prefer it. Obviously, Kick won't have any ads. YouTube eventually will have the occasional ads and stuff like that. And then obviously you can listen to music on Twitch and stuff. So it is sick. Absolutely sick. All right. Hi. Have you come to tell everyone it's time for us to go? To train? Mm-hmm. We've got Hippity Hop here. And we've got little Nixie here. Even though he's the big one. Armor Reforger vibe, so good, yeah. Exciting times, though. Exciting times. I think people just need to be a little less negative. In the game, hopefully as well, we'll get release this weekend. Hopefully this weekend. Alright, let me find somebody to raid to, because we didn't manage to raid yesterday. Hi ho, hi ho. Oh look, perfect. A Mr. Cutlet. A Mr. Cutlet. Let's get some raid 1, raid 2s. Thank you again to everyone on Kick. Thank you to everyone on YouTube. Appreciate that, guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Oh yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. I'm off on Thursday. And then back on Friday and Saturday for our creators. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Take care, take care, take care, take care. Let's start the raid then. Have a good afternoon, guys. Appreciate it. Tough, Master, Glitch, Alpha, Coolers, Seiko. Good night, guys. Take care. Have a good one, Cough. Araxis, thank you for being here. Good night, guys. I'm out.